Up, you mighty race. You are not an imbecile. Most of your words never put down on no burial ground. You got works to accomplish. Up, you mighty race. You are not an imbecile. Most of your words never put down on no burial ground. You got words to accomplish. Stay. Oi blacks is what make your lid down relapse. You fool up your inner heart attacks. You a fraud, a farms to poor people living in shacks. Pepper na the street, the youth them cannot stand the heat more time than pack up round a GP back. Get up a morning gambling and you no pick up your rake. It tenement don't safe, little Jubia look a rake. Options expire. And she no pass it date. With our man, our mom, a corroborate. For little dinner pan plate, them a feed ya salt and steel. Them a ring from plantation dear. More time change, more things remain the same. Beg you get up, you mighty race. For you are no him be say. Most of your word never put down on no burial ground. You got works to accomplish. Blow up them prison. Exile you full of pint for sugar low of season. Jackie, breadfruit soon coming. Everything secure. Much as the works you put in. Justice. Now you're being gay. Rockers ain't no crackers. You think me anchor butt around ya? Black Star Line, look at I, Steven. No class me phobe, you can't stifle me. Only men could take my breath away. She bring my children. Beg you get up, you mighty race. For you are no him be say. Most of your word never put down on no burial ground. Works to accomplish. Qedamawi na we era. Get up, stand up and rock. Qedamawi na the era. Get up, stand up and Qedamawi run the acre. My territory compass from the grill pint in Jamaica. Go Kilimanjaro, hilltop and me your lyrics rocket launcher. Leg of the bouncy boom shot for Marcus Garvey. Me go soldier. March out 6 million black and nephew disrespect me governor. They said the 2-7s clash and ma. And they said the 2-7s clash. Welcome. Yaad Radio to INCIENTS dub. In the beginning was dub. Yes, all Negist and Negos, the whole African family across the globe, you're tuned in to INCIENTS dub. And of course, this is the whirlwind edition. We are here today to acknowledge the works of the great, the first national hero of Jamaica, Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And of course, we know same Earth Strong is tomorrow, the 17th, about the 17th of August, 1887. This stalwart would go on to rise up the consciousness, the minds of millions of people across the globe of the African descent. You see it. Stalwarts like Martin Luther King, El Haj Malik El Shabazz, Elijah Muhammad, and the list goes on, Khalid Muhammad, the list goes on. Gives credit to the strength and the power of this king. So we have to honor the man. You see it. Yeah. So today in the program, looking forward, you see it. We want to welcome everyone. Yeah. And today the program is going to be a fruitful and interesting program. Whole heap of discussion, whole heap of edutainment, whole heap of powerful offerings for our patrons here today, And of course, it's Saturday, August 16th to the 2025. And we're coming to you live from Me Hungry, Wholesome Food Limited in Kingston, Jamaica. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? Right at the marketplace. Yeah. And you're invited to text our phone at 876-566-5556 and join the discussion. You know what I'm saying? And of course, we have to thank all of the ones who made this broadcast possible. You know what I'm saying? All the contributors, all the ones who, you know, whether by cash or kind, whether by resources, you see it? All of these ones who made this occasion, an occasion we're going to look forward to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, of course, we have to big up Clark's, Snacks and Wholesale, seeing, for the contributions. Yeah. We have to big up Pixel Theory, Pete McDaniel, Holy for strength and support. We need to also acknowledge, we have to also acknowledge District Constable Alman Gray at the Central Kingston Police for the contributions and strength, you know. And the encouraging words too, you know. The man said the youth them now focus, man. So these type of discussions, he might encourage it and strengthen it, you know, because I want to see the youth them focus and pay attention to relevant issues more in at the time, you know. And we give thanks for be able to bring forward such offerings as today. Yeah. Of course, we have to also big up the Art Printer Limited, you know. The Art Printer Limited, giving you quality printing that satisfies. Yeah. Check them out there at 78 Tower Street. Check them out at 78 Tower Street, and of course, them offer all the printing services that you might need. So, great, natural. And of course, today, in our program, we have as the guest poet, the most potent voice of today. A voice that is relevant and intriguing. A voice that is hearkening to the conscience of ones worldwide. And a voice which just simply nice. We have today for your listening pleasure, edutainment, and encouragement, the one, Chantal Laws. How we doing, Chantal? Chantal?
Yeah, greetings. You're not hearing from us, Chantal? Your image is frozen. I don't know if you have internet issues.
So while we work out some little technicalities right I know, of course, thank you again for tuning into our simulcast on your smartphones and devices. And you can go to YouTube at Yaad Radio and subscribe, you know. Yeah, man. One of the ones them tune in, subscribe, select the bell for the notifications, you know. I don't know. It's a show of support because it make it go far away. You know, them go with them algorithm. You know, see it, so work with it and move forward, you know. And of course, you can also support the program by donating to our PayPal at paypal.me/IYardRadio. That's paypal.me/IYardRadio for make a contribution, because we want to see more of this content here forward on the stream, you know. You know, them algorithm. And it's not even content, you know. It's material, it's value. You see me I say? Intrinsic, you know? So, yeah. And of course, to advertise with us, please call our sales agents at 876-566-5556. You can also email the sales department at KarisMa'atic Productions. That's KarisMa'aticProductionZ at Gmail or abebepn@gmail.com. In our program today, you know, see it. Of course, we're going to have kicking off at 3:15. We have verbs. You know, see it. And of course, we have some little word sound niceness for you. Chantel Laws in the place. And we want to know Maja Bless there. Live up the Irish, you know what I'm saying? Original youth. See it? Then I'm town, TG, the whole of West right there, so big up on yourself, you know, representing as always for the youths them. Them man, you teacher extraordinary too, you know, man. A whole heap of youth come through them man, you know. You don't know the original ghetto youth we're talking about, you know, people. Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, man. You know we keep good live company. Live company, encouraging company. Of course, also at 3:45. We have article fire coming through with word, sound, and powerful. Yeah. And that is brought to you by Revolu Zion. You know what I'm saying? Again, further in the program, I Bashful. I Bashful. Where, of course, we look at the creative sector and the third-party NGOs and the non-profit organization and the social work that they are doing and the contributions they are making to the community here. Now, we're looking forward. We're definitely looking forward to her story. Yeah. Inductee. Today, we will be having the most honorable, the indomitable, the powerhouse, see, the defender of I&I heritage too, the one, Amina Blackwood Meeks, will be joining us, you know, and of course, you're going to tell me all about the Ntukuma. You want to know about that. Anybody know about them history? Know them heritage? Know them Anansi story? Know them little something there? Yeah, them things are not going again. Yeah, man, she going to show you what going on, the importance too of stories. Because we see we are Rome want control with narratives. So we have to take control of those things, you know. We say sovereignty in all direction and 360. So for her story, we'll be having Amina Blackwood Meeks, founder and artistic director of Ntukuma. We move on into What's Live. And joining us via stream as well as phone call, we'll be having Jaiku Poetry. You know, come talk about the things there. Is right? And of course, that's a storytelling competition that's being held. Also, none other than Evi Puku. Puku? Yeah. I come to share what's going on with the goat. I've got to talk about that. You know, see it. Red Stripe, big up on yourself for coming on board and supporting the heritage and the culture, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I. Also, further to that, we're going to go into live lifestyle. And we're inviting Kevin Wallin, youth advocate, life coach, author, man of many hats, a dear virgin of mine and a strong supporter of word, sound, and power in a seat. Them man they put in works in a real life in a seat. Of course, we're going to go into our meet of our discussion, and we're not even have a meet, ital discussion. Oh my God, Rasta. The ital discussion, you know, crucial. It's a crucial issue. We are going to come forward. As we say, Garvey, powerful king that you know. And he's been labeled many things. And we see him as steadfast when them say arrogant. You know, see it. We see him as determined when them say stubborn. You know, see it. We see him as strong, efficient, assertive, a man with a mission. And as me say, much to accomplish still. We'll be talking about Garvey's editorial critique of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, and its repercussions to the African community. You know what I'm saying? Because even Haile Celestial on our previous broadcast brought it up because the issue what, you know, sensitive to a lot of ones as Rastafari brethren. Because remember, Sir Marcus is Rastafari's prophet. You know? And so, of course, a critique of His Majesty of such very strong sentiments, you know, made strong impact on the whole movement of Rastafari and the Garveyite movement and the whole Pan-African movement. You see it. And so we'll go into that and unpack a lot of things. Might sound a little controversial, but on a controversy, and just reality, sometime two stalwart head buck. And you know, we now get it stuck. We are go forward same way because it is good to confront. You know what I'm saying? Confront the issues, man. Now run from them. Just be responsible about it. You know what I'm saying? So we are going to look into that today. And of course, we're going to top it all off with some edutainment, you know, offerings by, of course, our guest poet again, Chantal Laws. Chant. I self there. And you know, say Maja blessing at the building. Niceness this evening. So kings and queens, niggas and nigist, you're in tune to Yaad Live, Ancients, Dub. Dub it, yeah.
Aye. Yeah, man, Pain, we there a whole of vibration. We give thanks to all those who join us this week. And of course, Pain just run through the list of guests. We do have Chantal online with us now. So she'll be joining us. Of course, she was here with us earlier as persons have seen. So we just want to keep the program flowing and tell the ones and please remember to subscribe. Also, please share the links in. So a lot of persons are not aware of the program, but yeah, within a time, we can of course introduce them. So share the link. Chantal, you're with us. So I'll go on Empress. All is well?
All is great. Give thanks. I'm so grateful I got to join. I was having a little bit of technical difficulty, but I am here now.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Give thanks.
Give thanks by the grace of the Almighty. You know, all things are possible. In our sight.
Yes, I.
They don't know. A real life we are living as poets, you know. So more time them see we up on stage and we put ourselves together and do a presentation, you know, say we are real people, are the real things, you know what I'm saying? And so them think that the nitty-gritty of it, them think they want to get into with the ones them and make them know. Say, we as wordsmiths out here are sharing not just sentiments and hopefulness, you know, but we are share a piece away true self in a sight. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So we give thanks, Princess, for the coming forward and sharing with our audiences, you know. Yeah. How you feeling, by the way?
I'm doing great, you know. I'm doing much better now. I give thanks, give thanks to Yaad and everybody a part of the team for having me. Really wanted to be in studio, but life calls, as you say it, baby, and we have to just pivot and work with the burdens of life and the requests of life and the demands of life. But we give thanks to life in everything, you know. So
Yeah.
that is where we're at right now. But lovely program, and glad I could get to still tune in.
True. So, Princess, me say a
Yes.
Spanish town Buccaneer, you know. How that go? A true?
Why? We don't know about the Buccaneer part, but definitely a Spanish town princess.
Aye, aye. So, go in
Yeah,
a
man.
little bit, man. Tell me a little bit about your early life, Princess.
You know, Spanish town born and raised. I have roots in the east, so I spent a lot of time in St. Thomas as well, topside Trinityville. But went to school and everything in Spain Town, San Diego High. You know, Spanish Town is my playground. So this is the place that molded me. And I give thanks for the upbringing that
And
I got.
what high school was that?
San Diego High.
San Diego, sorry, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Like more Omnia Winked. So a lot of my experiences that I speak about, even in my poetry, is inspired by my life in Spanish Town. You know, there's no other one like it. So, yeah, man.
Yeah, so you going to San Diego, what were some of the subjects that you focused on? Because I want to know you're very verbose, you know, so may I say which teacher and influence and I give you this type of linguistic, what do you call it now? Prowess.
Uh, why I did a little bit of everything, you know. So I did the English and the math like everybody else. But I also did business subjects and I did clothing and textiles, so I can sew and all of them kind of thing there. And
Oh,
you know, I did a little
yeah,
bit of everything. Yeah, man.
see it there.
Yes, sir.
All right. So at school, did you at that time started writing at all? Any interest in writing at that point?
I wrote my first poem in close to the last day of fifth form, right before I graduated, actually. I'd
Oh,
never been interested in poetry before. I never, to be honest, I just feel like it was a download experience. I'm just write to me here. There was no, oh, more of write poetry or oh, I love poetry. Them kind of way. It was just inspiration. I'm just write from the inspiration.
aye. And you said
Yeah,
that was
man.
the before you graduated?
Right before I graduated, yeah.
So was it for your graduation ceremony or was it what was the motivation?
No, it's a poem I call Little Black Beauty, and it was really just a reflection of, you know, I guess my blackness. I'd come into my own at that point and really started to admire my blackness. And I just wrote a
Aye.
poem reflecting that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
man.
again, you're saying that you were very conscious of your racial pride at this time. So what kind of
Yes.
prompted that type of racial consciousness at this time?
Around that time, I believe it was Trayvon Martin. I don't remember who exactly, because there have been so many of them,
So
unfortunately. But
many.
there was a killing in the US that really struck me, you know, and just I guess I did history as well in school, and so we know the history as far as them teach us in schools at least
Oh,
about
you know
our
the
ancestors.
history.
Yeah, man, about our ancestors and about what they went through, you know, the enslavement process and all of that. So I'd always been contemplating them kind of thing there. I guess it's not until me really start to view myself as a part of the experience that I started to write about it. And so once I start write about it, there was no going back, you know.
Aye, the bug bite you.
Yeah, man, the bug bite me and I couldn't stop. I still can't stop.
And we appreciate of that you don't
Yeah,
stop. You see,
yeah,
keep on going, auntie. You know, see it. Yeah.
yeah.
And we say also, you moved on from college, high school, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you take it from there?
So I went to, and still am actually, Jamaica Theological Seminary. So as a young Pan-Africanist who is just starting to get into the world of understanding our blackness, I decided to take it upon myself to pursue social work at JTS, Jamaica Theological Seminary. And that for me has been a most interesting journey because I am a Rastafari woman. I don't believe in, the doctrine or indoctrination of Christians and religion and all that kind of thing there.
See, that is
So,
quite interesting there, so. Me go
yeah,
on
man.
return to this.
Oh, most
Continue.
definitely. Yeah. So I was like an anomaly, still am an anomaly, but I feel like the most I placed me in that place to see, just what that indoctrination looks like firsthand, what it look like when they might train them to come out into the world and train other people.
You
So
are?
yeah, man.
You say you're the spook by the door?
I am most definitely, and that is how we can write about them, and that is how we know them. Because we train with them.
Oh, they from a team. Me like this.
Mhm.
All right. And of course, this is interesting because one thing I personally think a lot of persons don't acknowledge the spiritual aspect of expression, in terms of poetry and music and all of these different creative expressions. There's a very strong spiritual component to persons creating and creative works. So that point you made is quite pointed with I and impactful upon I and I. So as me I say, I want to unpack that later on a little bit. So you also are a member of the Jaiku poetry group. And of course, not just any member, you are a co-director. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, just as it says, Jaiku Poetry is a syndicate of sorts that is striving towards making poetry an industry and pretty much trying to get the same respect where professional singers and artists have in the space, and show people say poetry can be professional too and offer our services just like that. So we are a group of poets who are going into the space and showing just Jamaica and the world diaspora that we deserve a place to and we need to get here, you know. So
Say that
it's
again,
like
Princess.
we deserve to get here. Poets to get here.
Poets forget P. Yes,
Word
Rasta.
word to cherry natural. That is
Word
that
to
is that
cherry
is a
natural.
line
No?
from her
Aye,
poem. Yes,
aye.
man.
One of our favorite poetess as well. See,
Yes.
alongside yourself, of course.
Ah,
For
give
real.
thanks.
For real. No, for real though. Because like what we here are trying to do is the same work, is a collective work, is a collective mission this. And of
Yes,
course, we see the poetry community as an underserved community that boasts
yes,
some very, as me say, potent and strong, valuable practitioners. Maja bless the writer, so award-winning poet, you know.
yes,
See it? We have your director as well, Casey Garvey, award-winning poet as well, and a very strong voice. You know what I'm saying? And of course, she's a very, what do I call it now? Far-seeing. She have a vision because she's seen the need of a community and coming to the service of that community. And we have to applaud her for that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Right. So we give thanks to the Jaiku cooperative and the syndicate that is developing and trying to, as you say, build an industry in poetry. In a seat. Yes, Princess. So tell me something now. So I will say now, yeah, you've been writing poetry yourself for like what? Over 10 years now. What are some of the
yes.
subject matter that you find relevant? You know?
But that's a good question. Life, and the social ills that plague us. We find that a lot is not being said about the things that we encounter every day because it's common, even though it's not normal. And so, with my works, I try to shed light on the common things that are not so normal. The ills that grapple us. I'm a social worker by heart before profession. So I can't help but psychoanalyze everything that I experience in this life. And then, of course, with my poetic background, this is some rather poetic gift. This is something where I write about and try to bring forward, awaken the masses as much as I can, at least, to play my part in bringing to their awareness the things that have way, and a control and a program way. So yeah.
Well, Princess, I can attest to the potency of your words. I can attest to the vivacity of your passion. I've seen it, I've witnessed it myself, and may I tell you, say, Princess, you make an impact. And we give thanks to those contributions and that mission, you know what I'm saying? So, may I say, that passion though, what drives this passion? You know, you have any influence poetically, musically, writing-wise, literary? Tell us some of your heroes, them, man.
One of my biggest heroes is Marcus Garvey, ironically.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It may seem cliche, a lot of people, but me tell you,
Cliche, the truth are the truth. And
the truth are the truth.
Free, and
That's
consistent
true.
and constant. The cliche,
Yeah, man.
that.
And in words potent, and in words, will live on through time immemorial. I feel like my first encounter with a revolutionary was through his works and reading his works. And I look around me and I say, boy, I see too much of that, and so living through that same kind of energy, that same kind of drive is something I'm strive to do whenever I contemplate writing another piece, or whenever I see my brothers and my sisters around me doing some things where Garvey would have just cough at if he did see, if we had maintained the order that he was trying to initiate, then I feel like the Jamaica and the world at large would be a much more unified place. So I try to continue or follow up on the same thread that he started to weave way back then. So yeah, most definitely Garvey is my number one, I would say, inspiration of sort. But I tell people all the while that I don't write poetry, I just write what comes to me, and the Most High is really the driver of this speaker. I don't contemplate what I need to write, I just listen and then write what I hear.
True.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Any other musical influences, literary influences?
I'm a big fan of Janine. I'm a big fan of her writing style. And
Also
so
a poetess as well.
musical. Sorry?
She's also a poetess as well.
Yeah, man. I definitely love her writing style and look up to that writing style. Because I love music, I'm a music fan wide and far. I love soca, I love classical music, there are lots of different genres that I draw from. But most definitely where consciousness is concerned, would I definitely say Janine is a massive influence.
See? Yes, Princess. And we definitely see as may I say, that type of charismatic, if I might use that word, way in which you deliver your works. You did ever get any stage training, theater training, nothing like that?
I used to do a lot of JCDC dancing though, not necessarily speech, but a few years ago I ran for Miss St. Catherine Festival Queen. So I guess that's some training, but to be honest, this thing just come natural. I can't even. Eh?
You hold back. You're holding back, man. You're withholding some valuable information, my dear.
Bye.
Festival Queen, contestant.
Yes. Top 5.
Natural.
Yeah, man.
For real. And your offerings at that day, was it in poetry or song or what?
Yes, I offered poetry at the coronation. A poem I had written I guess 8 years before that. But as I say, where speech is concerned, I don't know, it just come natural, I'm a relative of a politician, so them always say because I'm related to Princess Laws, why I come back with the fire, but It just kind of come natural to me.
Of course. And of
Yeah.
course, I've always noticed your poise, and I've always, of course, noticed your the way in which you deliver yourself on stage is one that confronts your audience and engages your audience, but at the same time, it's soothing. And say you visually help that too, kind of easy on the eyes. You know what I'm saying? So we really
Exactly.
appreciate the Empress. And of course, as you say, um, the passion where you have definitely comes through. Princess, we're definitely glad to have you on the program. You're not quite in studio, but your presence is very strong here. You know what I'm saying? So we are continue with the program with Chantel Laws, co-host. I feel she gone away. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I.
Right, man.
Yes, I. Chantel, give thanks for joining us, of course. This is INCIENTS dub. Yeah, the Qedamawi order, INCIENTS dub. And of course, our next segment is what we call Words Sound Powerful.
Powerful.
Yeah, man. Words Sound Powerful, of course, is an interactive audience participation of inspirational quotes, proverbs, and such. So, again, we are asking our listeners, this is your opportunity to also call in and participate in the show. The number is 876 566 5556. So we have online early today, but of course within a time in Article Fire. Article Fire, you there?
Yeah, man, live.
Up and running, seeing. So they are all a reason, of course, tomorrow is Garvey's Earth Day. What is the energy for the eye?
Well, give thanks, blessings, everyone. You know what I'm saying? Um, well, let's say there's no such thing as coincidence, but as far as Garvey's Earth Day is concerned, it's just happened that I am working on a shipping project right now and realizing that same vision is still needed to come to life in this time. And the challenge that we are having is that lack of one aim, one God, one destiny vibration. You know what I'm saying? Because let's look at it simple. KFC and Burger King all over the world, right next door. But Birdlocks can't have an Ital food and I have a fried chicken spot right next to each other because I always look funny if you say, yo, if me never start a cook shop, the rest of the boy wouldn't bad mind, I want to start one too. You understand where I come from?
Yes, I.
So the reality is, we now have to realize there's nothing holding us back as a people and as a family than ourselves.
See?
You know what I mean? And all that we have heard from great ones before us is still relevant today because we have not taken that next step yet.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Repeat that little
saying
part
people are
from
not
the
doing
article.
anything good.
Article, you can repeat that little part that we just said a while ago? About taking the step?
In terms of all of the great things that we have heard before, in terms of the ones before us, it's still relevant because we have not taken that next step.
All right.
You know,
Yet to
in
take
other
the
words, they have
steps.
laid the foundation.
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
No, I was reiterating that we are yet to take the steps because them identify, say, ones like Garvey, one like Khalid Mohammed, ones like El Haj Malik Shabazz, a.k.a. Malcolm
Yes,
X.
sir.
I've set these
Yes, sir.
foundations, set these true print, but the follow
Yes,
through,
sir.
we're not seeing the ones them
There you go.
making those steps. And for those who actually make effort towards these steps, we see where some sabotage
go.
even step in. You know, it's quite
There you go,
discouraging
family.
to the young youths them. So the statement you make,
Yeah, man.
again, very article, brother. Very, very
Yeah,
article.
man. Because I reason with a lot of people with them classify them as migrant workers. I drive for hours and everybody have the same story. it's a foreign person in petition to come here. When they come here, these people have jobs for them. Not necessarily the jobs that them promise. And them have place for them stay. But them have work among them friend and stay among them friend to the point that even them rent come out of them paycheck. You understand where I come from? But
Yep.
their hardest challenge now is when it comes to coming back home and packing a barrel and sending it back home. That's when you begin to do business with Jamaican people, but Jamaican people cannot go to these workplaces and say, hey, as far as people from the Caribbean diaspora, we would like to maybe borrow a conference room, have a meeting with them among 3 or 4 or 5 shipping company. No, one man want to come in, control the market for himself. And they're going to charge you $200 to ship the barrel from here, so. Then you have to go pay one fee, so one fee this, so one fee this, and when you go, you have to pay one next fee. Breadlocks never get one Nike, a baby pay never get a dashiki shirt, and them are going to have you up when you reach. It's like, bro, come on, man. We can't have so much resentment against each other, but at the same time, Babylon a benefit from every step of the way.
Right. And
So
you're
all
saying
of these talks with bilateral relations where this man can come in and set up shop at Jamaica, but we can't stay over here and strive as a business, as an individual where I work. Something need to go on.
yeah, so we're saying we still have that.
Need to go on, brother.
We still have that type of foreign mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because this is just one example.
True.
When you move around, we have all of the little micro enterprises that grew and them get bigger in terms of the grocery store, the festival them keep, all of these things. But where is our representation in America when it comes to Caribbean people? When you call government back home, they tell you straight up, you're no longer in a freedom jurisdiction. So what does it really mean to be a Jamaican? Every time I look a fight pop off, I'm every American get an alert say don't go in a square.
Look at that.
You understand where I come from? Avoid grand spend. It's a volatile area at this time.
See?
But when we come here, so all we get from each other is the story of I was ripped off and a level of distrust where you have to go try to build back where you never create.
So you're saying the capitalist impact, the capitalist impact is one where have persons thinking divisive amongst themselves, but with a hopefulness and an encouraged idea to work with outside people and outside forces.
One aim, one God, one destiny. And the church needs to also preach that message too. That is a part of the problem. We believe in all of these Moses and Joshua and Elijah, but we can't believe in a Marcus Garvey.
True.
We can't believe in a Mansa Musa when it comes to abundance. That is a major part of the problem. And we give thanks for the efforts of the ones who push the initiative to get it in the schools so far. You get where I come from? Because some people will spark the fire in terms of the idea in the youth them so them can see something different in terms of the approach that they're going to take when it comes to business. But the same old thing, it just can't work. The same problem we are faced with at Jamaica is the same problem we are faced with as Jamaicans in Russia. Every country in the world we go is the same thing. We're giving more to everybody else and less to ourselves. It can't work.
No. Yeah,
and
sell out your culture for you.
Island will come from, it can't work.
They say the ones that must sell out them culture for cheap.
Brother,
and
it run can't work.
Because there's a particular issue for you, where we will see the calabash on the tree and walk past it and say, oh, Chuck, a whole time something that we don't want a calabash eat out on a calabash. And then you see some big, don't want to call a particular name, but big Fortune 500 company rebrand it now and say, well, we have calabash bags and calabash hats and calabash this and that. And it's the new thing trending out here and way. And then you see the same Jamaican people and we walk past the calabash now say, well, I eat the new thing, man, and we go and buy it from these outside influencers selling us our own
money,
raw material.
The amount of money where we waste for iron board in a foreign, them nice wooden iron board there, would I do it well right now?
See what I keep?
Yeah, that's the words, if we use entertainment, if we use sports, if we use the same pool when it comes to jerk chicken and patty, seeing? and highlight what else is viable about our culture and develop in a sustainable way. It can happen. It can happen, family. The government just needs to subsidize the cost of energy and internet services and have the youth them move from a coding boot camp to a business development initiative. Meaning that you not learn to do something to get a certification. We're too far behind on time ago now. All of the youth them with IT skills need to develop infrastructure for people who have businesses who need e-commerce.
Side.
You get where I come
Yes,
from?
I.
And as far as shipping and logistics is concerned, subsidize the cost for the export them so we can build up that demand and that volume. Because where is the government money going? We don't have it, but we maintain a zone of special operation. What the fuck is so special about that operation? I'll know. Nothing good can come out of it.
Side. And as me I said, come
Why
to
you
me
can't
like it's a
maintain a
foreign
zone
mind.
of entrepreneurship initiative? Why you can't do that? But you find money for fight crime, but you never can find money for do nothing good? Come on, brother.
Side.
Come on, man.
Side
Money is
it.
not the problem, brother. Money is not the problem. White people and Babylon is not our problem. Our problem is how we treat each other. And we have to take a deep look in the mirror and address.
Yes, sir.
One aim, one God, one
One
destiny.
destiny. Aye.
You
Right, man.
understand?
True,
Yeah,
man.
man.
And but I
Own the
want
entire value chain no matter what we're doing in the world.
side. Is Chantal there? But I want.
Chantal, well, she's
Yeah,
online
man,
just
I'm still here. I'm still
You don't
here.
know, but I want to just put in a little feminine touch upon the little conversation, you know, because I be a bullying on my ears.
For sure. I am, on mommy duty, so definitely feminine touch is going to be added. But I agree 100%. The message remains the same, even though Garvey is not physically here with us, and there has to be some sort of compromise and some sort of overstanding regarding how we're going to revolutionize how we approach sustainability in today's world. And instead of continuing to maximize on foreign interests because them have foreign currency, we have the currency out here too. We have the mental currency out here too. The current of flow out here. We just need to know what it is that we're going to do in order to maximize on this and how we're going to create our own initiatives, because I find say the conversations are usually led in a more the government need to do. Man, we need to find and chart to own a course at this point, because that is what Garvey preached. If we realize the man work with we make our own way and work for ourselves.
An article spoke to that. Accountability. We sharing amongst ourselves. We driving initiatives amongst ourselves and being unified amongst ourselves. Cause me go around and me hear this talk. Why black people can't be trusted, and nothing too black, no good, and black people will never work with black people, if a black man do business, he might rob a black man. But you see how Chinaman do the thing? Now, I find this conversation regurgitating and also self-defecating, because if it is that I am a black man and I acknowledge a trait that I admire in another race or another culture or another nation of people, it is for me to then recognize the value in that behavior and that culture, that liberty, and apply it. But rather, I identify it and then worship it and then turn my back from my own. Now, this is not good use of where you just talk about cultural value. Come here, you talk about value as not just capital. Here you mention value as mental value. I want you to talk a little bit more about that too. Like, what kind of value we as people really look into?
Well, we have everything that we need, If may I be very honest, the mental capacity where we have far supersedes, and we know it, It's just a matter of maximizing on it. So, article talk a while ago about, or no, you talk a while ago about the fact that we pass the calabash, right? And we now maximize on the fact that we have our own natural resources here. We don't need the foreign currency again, as I said, because we have the mental currency. we have ideas galore. We just need the drive and the will and the action behind it to ensure that sustainability is a reality, rather than just something that we talk about like this in spaces like this. What are we actually doing to ensure that sustainability is our reality? So yeah, definitely our mental currency is something we need to consider more than just thinking that we need the resources from outside of ourselves or outside of our race, or outside of our set of people here.
True. And for
Yeah.
real, I put forward that there is a currency in what we call culture.
Yeah.
You know? So I put forward out there the concept of what we call cultural currency. And it's something where you don't know culture as a mass collective of behaviors of a group of people within whatever sphere or area or, you know, uh, location. Because if you even look upon a business, you have the business culture. If you look upon a social group, you have the group culture. See? If you even look upon a school of fish, you can look upon them culture too. You know, see it? So these
True.
behaviors determine our outcomes, whether it be in the way we cook food, whether it be in the
Mm-hmm.
way we make clothes, you know, whether it be in the way we do services, you know what I'm saying? And if it
True.
is that we recognize these cultural values now, or the cultural currency, when we are to trade now, and trade in business, we are sell products. The product carry also the cultural value. You know, see it as me I
It
say,
does.
like the calabash, a calabash hat. You know, see it, a calabash bag. You know, see it. It carry the culture as well. Article, what you
Yeah,
say?
because I think I even see this brother when name Dave Chappelle get a brush bag when him pass through. You know what I mean? It's a local designer who been at him thing for a minute. You get
Yes,
where I
I.
come from?
Yes,
Yeah,
I.
so we love to see these things more
Gotcha. When you
and
say brush
more.
it, pan him back.
But yeah, man. Yeah,
All
man.
right.
I think I saw the brand name, man,
Yeah, man,
Brechet.
brush it, man.
But
Ah,
one of the key things we need to happen is for the ones them who benefit to give back. And yes, people are gonna say X, Y, and Z, but for certain change to take place in a relative short space of time, if you will, forget the impact we need to get. We need some of them big figures that will come out of humble beginnings to tap in. You get where I come from? Because I think artists miss out on community business initiatives. You know what I mean? Even if you want to use a social enterprise model, because within the 14 parish, I'm quite sure there's something unique in all of the things that we are come out of the earth in Jamaica, where you can use as a marketing pull. You get where I come from? And yeah, work with parish council. Sometimes you have to work with the government till better people come in, because there's no what we can do. We are gonna make some serious money where enough a line up legally. We can X them out of the equation altogether. You get where I come from? But things can work. If we want me to do right now on a small scale, you get where I come from? It's insurance if the ones and ones will come here and work, them things get to who we need to get to. Everything professional and line up. Nobody not choke, nobody in charge of my arm and a leg. You get where I come from? And
sure.
at the same time in the mid side, we can tap into the conversation and share an insight where a youth might hear and say, you know, sir, I'm gonna look into this more and more. Yeah, man, money can make and people can live good.
That is it. That is
One
it.
aim, one God, one destiny. And it,
One.
it is the very simple things then what we overlook, what we think say millions of dollars not in there, millions of dollars in it.
True. Because
You
watch this
understand what
now.
I mean?
You watch a principle
And
on show
one
me.
one last valid point,
All
yeah?
right.
You them have to realize this. I mean your brother like said this to me multiple times over the years. Successful people live by meetings. So in your friend circle, realize the difference in our skill set. Wanna spend so much time together already. Dedicate some of that time towards a collective goal when it comes to making money. All of we can just write resume after we graduate, and that's the end of the story.
Right.
Dedicate some of the time where we already are commit to spending with each other towards something bigger than all of we combined. So if right across Jamaica, all of the youth them in their little group I do that, something good can come out in a less than 5 years. And I'm not saying nothing good has never happened, but something different other than music and sports.
No. Aye.
You understand where I come from?
That's true, man.
Yeah, I mean something big. Me not just say it because I want to sound positive. Me I talk facts. Something
Aye.
big. With
Aye.
the youth
Aye.
them at Jamaica can make the youth them all over the world. I say, no man, the money I move different for real. It
True.
can happen. It can happen. Me I tell you that, family. If
But
the youth them just spend time doing things differently among themselves.
aye. But do we find that our education system is one that fosters a type of entrepreneurial type of mindset? Or is it that we're
It doesn't.
educating persons
It
for the
doesn't.
factory system?
Most
It doesn't.
definitely.
I'm a trained business teacher and I can tell you say it does
Okay.
not
Uh-oh.
because
We have
you
another
have
sloop by the
Jam
door.
Bistown Initiative. Seeing Jam Bistown Initiative headquarters right here in Georgia. I'm gonna go over there and talk to them and find out say people in the diaspora are create the initiative, yeah? It was one of the best initiative we ever hit Jamaica education landscape ever in the history of Jamaican
Repeat the name of
business.
that.
I mean Jamaica education. Jam Bistown Initiative. That is where you have youths from primary school starting a business, learning for write receipt, invoice, this, that, you name it. Every aspect of business what you them need for know, them do it just like how them would have a play date. Them even have a spot in the school and when them create the shop them. You get where I come
Yes,
from?
I.
It just never matriculate all the way up to A levels. And then in some colleges you do have to run a business to as a course, right? But
Natural.
why may I say it is not entrepreneurial driven? A lot of the youths who have innovative ideas that do not conform to the curriculum, them punish them.
Aye.
You get expelled. So a youth like myself, whenever I have the money to come to school and me a juggle a little this and a little that, so me can have the money to come to school, me did have to hide and do it. There's no opportunity there for you to do that. Even the youth them are good at sports. There's no class to say, hey, somebody in your family need to ensure so when you find an agent, you get little endorsement or you look for XYZ in your contract. These things are not happening in our schools.
Aye. Aye.
And that is the prime energy of our youths. I go down the drain in a sense because if a man at the high time potential and him tap into the signal I'm give and him knows the certain things that take place in all them efforts, and not everybody got strong enough to endure when reality pass them by. Enough of the youth them get injured and them parents not even have insurance and the school not even help them. Enough of the man them skip school for go training and there's no initiative ensures that them keep up with them grades family. So
Aye.
even the whole sports model, as much as we love D Cup and Manning Cup, it still can be better. I mean, I'm going to tell you that some schools have a better model than others. We're talking about a standard across the board. Think
Aye.
about it. America now for the first time sign up say a youth can go college and be a millionaire athlete. Meaning that before the money was only going to the school and the youth them are pulling the money into the school. And the only thing them get out of it is tuition and them change that legally. What laws do we have in place to ensure that Jamaica youths can become millionaires and stay in a school? You would think Adan going to tell a youth no when he see him potential?
Side.
Look how much youths we have children and are still try to graduate and the school have a policy to ensure that the youth them can graduate. Them think they are bullshit if you don't take all your subject by a certain grade in account. Come on, Bridging.
I
Them
see.
think they are bullshit.
Aye.
I don't care who you are, what PhD you want to have, what studies you want to show me. That is bullshit. It don't fit in a field situation right now.
So you're saying a cater to reality is a theoretical ideal.
Come on, Virgin, man.
A
Come
theoretical
on,
ideal
man.
that. Yeah. And if we remember still,
Come on, man.
a lot of our education system was a colonial contrivance.
There you
See?
go. There
So
you go.
most of it I come out of what them call industrial revolution, where they go on in a more Europe, when them start push a lot of steel products and petroleum technologies, where of course the factory line, we call it no assembly line system there. Side
There you go.
that assembly line system. Side,
There you go.
welcome.
Yeah, man.
See,
Yeah,
was
look at Kingston
definitely
for a
the
second. See?
design that
Look at
overall
Kingston for a
shaped
second. Sorry
our
for cutting the
education
job, baby.
system. You know, see it. Aye.
Look on Kingston for a second. See? Kingston have the registrar office. Kingston have scientific research council. Kingston have all of these initiatives for intellectual property, all of these wonderful things right there, not so far away, right? How many youths, even the ones who will get all of the ones and two and in a POB accounts and you name it, how many of the youths them can look at all of these institutions and know say, this is the step what them need to take to run a business or create an idea with all of the agencies what them need to go through? You get where I come from? And
Fully.
everything they right there so in a Kingston. You get where I come from? But if the
See.
youth them for do anything what the society not consider productive, brother, them know the step from start to finish.
Aye.
I remember
Article.
because we love when
Princess.
the reason. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Go
Me I
ahead.
say me love when the reasoning take on that kind of farm here, because it gives us an opportunity to look ahead and figure out what the solution is, because we don't know say these things are intentional. It's set the way it's set, and it's set from at all a time to ensure, as Abebe say, that the factory line is maintained. So now that we know that this is how it is set, and it is set intentionally, so what do we do as a solution? Because we know if it's set so intentionally, them now go intentionally change it. You get me? So what are we doing and contributing to ensure that this is rectified on our level without having to pretty much ask the same people them we bite with to fix it?
Well,
I
one
offer
outlet
up
is
one
this medium
solution
right
of
here.
many. I offer up one solution of many. Return to the homeschool, man, and the homeschool collectives. You know, see it. Yeah, man, community. Build community. So we say that just one solution may I offer up. Of course, there's many ways towards the same goal, you know. But that one suggestion, because I love how the Empress bring it in. What are the solutions we are look forward to now?
This platform here is one of them. People can tap in for information outside of listening to the show. So if I want to reach out to iYard Live, them can reach out to iYard Live with what their ideas and initiative are, and all of the resources we have, we will be happy to share it. I mean, over time, ones on ones like myself, I was literally having this conversation earlier today, is to work with people in all these spaces to create a toolkit, a roadmap. Simple as it sounds. Give it to all of the youth, them same way, and make them find a creative way to market it so they want them know how to make everything plug in. Because sometimes it's not just the idea where you bust your brain where you can't find. The youth them know how to make everything relative to what they want, brother. All you have to do is just show them the vision and then we put it in effect. So for right now, we can share the resources, but over time, it's just making the commitment to make things more readily available at the youth them fingertips.
And the word that we
That is
use, you
just
know.
one simple solution. All we know say, yeah.
Yeah, the word that we use, you know, is a very potent word again. Commitment. Because we hear a lot of persons speak and offer up solutions as well. But the theory of it is one thing, you know. The coming together and identifying, as Chantal just pointed out, you know, identifying the issues are one thing. But then putting in place these solutions, putting in place systems that can push these solutions to their end goal, because it's not an overnight process. You know, see it. And so we really have to say is a once again article reasoning come forward. Cause
Yeah, man, give thanks
the
Chantal
word
same way.
sound
Give
and
thanks to
powerful
Abebe
fire.
Breadlock same way.
Yeah, the power of thought, you know.
Yes, I in a fullness of Garvey still more acknowledge also article, you know. His service in the Marcus Garvey, Michael Marcus Garvey Culture Club. Seeing when he was at Michael, you know, serving even as an executive. So we want to give thanks to the works, Firebun, you know what I mean, over the
Salute the
years
man.
also. Give
Yeah,
thanks,
man,
bro.
way up, man.
And
Isis.
you know the article are real. Yeah. From Yaad Radio.
Yeah, man, way up there, man.
You
Way
know
up,
it
man.
real fire. Soldier up on the battlefield.
Aye.
Easy.
Give thanks, give thanks. That was the end of our segment, Word Sound Powerful. We give thanks again for Article Fire for joining us. It's sponsored by Revolutionize. Seeing?
Revolu Zion.
Revolu Zion, yes I. Seeing? So the ones them can check out the energies based upon just our reasoning is a great start to our Garvey celebration, you know. And therefore, we move into our next segment of the show. I Bashful, and you don't know, so from the Calabashful, we have to talk about the creative culture sector, the third sectors, NGOs, you know what I mean, the non-profits and organizations as such. And we do have our guest online. So, Lawrence.
Yes,
Greetings, Canute Lawrence.
Greetings. Yeah, man, greetings. Greetings from Toronto, Canada.
Aye. It's such a pleasure to have the eye on
Yeah, man.
Ancients Dub today because we were reasoning before, you know, and we see a whole heap of things there you do towards support, and we just talk about that. Initiatives to support this underserved community. And we see the man as one of those who, just like when Garvey did say, where is the black man's statement? Where is the black man's king? Where is the black man's man of importance and of business? And he might go out there and make it. We see the man take up that type of initiative in himself. Canute Lawrence, welcome to Ancients Dub.
Yeah, man, thank you much. Thank you.
Thanks.
My pleasure to be here.
And before we're going any further, we just want you kind of give them a little introduction of yourself, please.
Well, yes, I'm Canute Lawrence. I'm a Jamaican through and through, living in Toronto, Canada, for the past, 20-odd years. I lived in New York before for about a good 5 years, teaching middle school and high school. I'm doing the same thing. I'm a language and literature teacher. But at the same time, you know, there are many other facets to me, having been an educator for over 30-odd years, nearly 40 years, and decided to, well, not decided to. I mean, I've been doing it in many different ways, but I started a poetry festival, with my co-founder, Marguerite C. Anderson, another educator. We're both Woolmerians, and we just completed our inaugural staging of Vibrations Poetry Festival in Kingston, Jamaica, at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. And right now, I am full, I am satisfied, I am pleased. The festival was a smashing success. All the people who came, all the attendees, all the patrons from the States, Canada, England, they were in awe. They were in awe of Vibrations Poetry Festival.
And we here at Ancients Dub want to congratulate you on that initiative of the Vibrations Poetry Festival, because, of course, it is helping towards bringing the poetry community to a significant place within our entertainment industries and creating an industry of poetry, as even we see the Jaiku we talked about earlier trying to bring to the fore. This is a very important initiative, and of course we want definitely go into it a little bit more again, man. This Vibrations Poetry Festival. What is the vision for that?
So the vision of Vibrations Poetry Festival is to create a platform, a space, opportunities, mentorship for young. And when I say young, I'm talking persons in primary, prep school, high school, college, university, and others. Create a platform for those and aspiring poets, emerging poets, young poets, so that they can grow. Because I have seen where other literary festivals don't really highlight or give opportunities for the marginalized members of society. Me I talk the little black boy, them little black girl in the inner city. I'm talking per people in them 30s, 40s, 50s who love poetry, them love writing and thing, but them just can't get a chance to showcase them skills and them talent to the world. And you know, when I think of Marcus Garvey, I'm not a Marcus Garvey, but I love Marcus Garvey principles. I think they are brilliant, even though many of us are not
If I might excuse,
channeling
that
them.
was quite. If you might, sorry for the interjection, but that was quite an interesting iteration. You're not a Marcus Garvey yet. Go ahead. Let me see.
Yeah, man.
Because we have that power in our way. While we are
yeah.
not that personality, we still have that same
No.
fervor.
Yes, you understand. So, like, because I was listening to the program before, and you know, the collective. We have to get together as a collective. So I know that Marcus Garvey, you know, promotes and advocates racial pride in ourselves. Yeah, I don't see many black people, to be honest with you. I'm talking in North America, in the Caribbean and thing, who show great racial pride. I see people trying to change how them look, trying to look a certain way. If you're born a certain way, you know, we should be proud and happy of how we are and who we are.
Talk about it.
So Vibrations Poetry Festival, we want to give and provide opportunities for aspiring, young, emerging talents in Jamaica and Jamaicans across the world to showcase their skills. And while doing that, advocating for improvement of our culture, you understand? And provide mentorship for those people so that they can get them little poems published and they can get their publications sold and earn some money. That is what I'm all about. That's what Vibrations actually is all about. It's not about highlighting the known and the established poets. It's not about featuring and highlighting them. Every year we'll have one or two known and established poets, but their role is not to. Their role is a symbolic role almost, where they can meet the younger ones, the aspiring ones, share some words of encouragement, and is a symbolic passing on the baton to the younger ones. So our festival, Vibrations Poetry Festival, does not intend to compete against the known or the other established literary festivals. That's not what we're about. There is no festival.
Say this is a mission and not a competition.
Yes. Thank you. I love that. It's a mission, I love it. I love that. There is no other literary festival in Jamaica that highlights and promotes the underdogs, the underserved, the marginalized, the young people them. When you know of a literary festival in Jamaica that does that, let me know.
Well, me know about Vibrations Poetry Festival doing that. And that was held where and when?
So our inaugural festival was last Saturday, 1 week from today, last week Saturday, August 9, at the Qedamawi College Amphitheater. So that's where it was. We had the inaugural staging, and Qedamawi is one of our partners.
That would have been August 10th.
So they have. No, August 9. It was a Saturday. Last week Saturday. Yeah, man, August 9. So Qedamawi has partnered with us for the next 2 to 3 years to host the festival. And we also had the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica. They were the major media sponsor. They did all the recordings and everything. And Cool FM, they also did they did a lot of promotions. So yeah, we're going to go into planning for the next month or two for the second installment of Vibrations Poetry Festival.
And could you share some of the names that are some of the persons that participated in this staging?
Yeah, man. So we had Osayimweze Asagboro. He is our resident drummer with the festival. Yeah, man. He's a well-known master drummer with La Carco Dance Collective.
And in fact, he was the one that put us in touch with you as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, man. See the connections. We have this young lady, this young actress, Kwikore Bennett. She's one of the performers. She was excellent. We had Andre Smith, the head boy of Calabar High School.
All right.
We have Britton Wright. He's a Jaiku member.
That's a Jaiku member right there.
Exciting poet.
So there's a Chantel up in it too.
Yeah, man. Kevin Cooper, who's Grub Cooper of Fab Five fame. His nephew, Kevin Cooper, riveting poetry. You know, he's a blind man, and he did say we can call him blind because he is blind. I was trying to do the politically correct thing by saying visual impaired. He says no. He says no, Canute, I'm not visually impaired. I'm blind. I'm not cool.
Yeah.
We had Ansel Brown from Loydesville. He has written a lot of poems and self-published. Great guy. Abigail Reynolds from St. Andrew High School. And then, of course, we had the inimitable Joan Andrea Hutchinson, that bumpy-head gal.
Yes,
she was one of the senior ones that we used, and the audience loved every minute of our presentation. And we also had Angela Jarrett, who is a JCDC judge for the past 20-odd years, actress, director, entrepreneur. She opened our show and she had the crowd in stitches with her poetry. And of course myself and Marguerite Anderson.
See it? Of course, that lineup sounds quite remarkable because across the board we see not only established poets, right? We see, as you say, poets burgeoning and poets who have been definitely bringing our culture to the fore. You talk about Joan Andrea Hutchinson, one of the more established artists. We haven't heard from her in quite a bit, so we haven't heard from her in quite a bit. So this is like a fuss in how long?
Yeah, so I will tell you. When I invited Joan Andrea Hutchinson to be one of our, seasoned poets on the show, along with all the other emerging ones, because if you notice, I just used Joan Andrea Hutchinson and Angela Jarrett. They're more established persons, and everybody else is young and upcoming and emerging. And Joan Andrea Hutchinson was stunned, and I said, why are you stunned? She said, Canute, you are the only festival CEO organizer who ever invited me to read my poetry. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? And so Joan Andrea Hutchinson performed on stage last week, Saturday, for the first time in 15 years.
Wow.
The first time in 15 years, Joan Andrea Hutchinson performed her poems live. So, of course, I feel very honored. That, I broke her 15-year ducks.
Yeah, and then, of course, your audience and your patrons, your stakeholders should recognize this is a groundbreaking effort.
I mean, it was an amazing evening. It was an amazing evening, and everybody was just, because I mean, I don't believe in, as a teacher, as an educator, a lot of persons don't love poetry, and I know why. I get it, because this thing, poetry is something just very academic, and something, like the Keats and Yeats and all them people there, and Robert Frost and them don't, it's not within their reach. I am here to change that trajectory, to change that narrative, and so Vibrations Poetry Festival is not just a festival; it is a movement. It's a movement, yeah? Because we want to shift the trajectory. I want to change the narrative. When people came to the festival, and I had Angela Jarrett who is again JCDC judge. She judges the speech competitions, okay, across the island, and she opened and she came fully decked out in costumes, and she performed the poem. People were dying. People were holding them side. It was hilarious, and everybody said, Canute, she set the tone for the evening. She set the tone, and after that, and everybody else who came after her lived up to the expectations.
Of course.
Yeah, and of course, poetry is a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool, and because I've seen how poetry and music, because music is also poetry. Musical the lyrics set to music. That's poetry, and I've seen how poetry has been an advocacy tool for many, and weapon. For decades, especially when it came to South Africa and the apartheid system. It was poetry and Bob Marley's music and reggae music that gave the South African people, the black people, it gave them hope, that energy, that fuel that they needed, and it gave them hope, and we saw apartheid system crashed. So poetry has, and during the Harlem Renaissance, it was the poetry of Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and all those greats. Who helped to make the Harlem Renaissance a pivotal period in American history.
Of course.
So I want to do something like that. Myself and Marguerite Anderson, we want to use Vibrations Poetry Festival as a movement to instigate and effect positive changes. Where will it go? I know it's going to be big, but I just can't say. Yeah.
Aye. And of course, you are a resident now, you say, for more than 20 years in Toronto, is that correct?
Yeah, man, I've been living in Toronto for 20 years.
How was that process?
Yeah?
How was that process?
To be honest with you, I left Jamaica because of economic reasons. Yeah,
naturally.
I could have gone into politics. Because I was a young man who was full of energy and thing, and I love politics at the time. But when I realized the animal that politics is, you're going with good intentions. Because I've seen friends of mine, colleagues who went into politics, and trust me, baby, it changed them. So I realized that it's a system that it's a system that if it's you against the rest, you're not going to make a difference really.
Naturally.
So I didn't want to go into politics, and I didn't want to go tell lie and thief. I didn't want to do that, honestly, because it's something that I thought about. And I had my grandmother and my father to look after. They were seniors, and the money that I had saved up, I had to use it, to do them surgery, them eye surgery, blah blah blah. So initially, I had to leave Jamaica because financially I would not have been able to care for my father and my grandmother. So I left Jamaica to teach in New York City. It helped significantly because the dollar multiplies. When you send out $400 to Jamaica, it multiplied, and you could have fixed roof and everything, and they were okay. And then after I decided to leave the States, and I went across to Canada, and I've been in Canada ever since from 2006. And I don't regret it, because if it weren't for leaving Jamaica to come here, I wouldn't be able to take care of my family. Every now and then, me help out a friend. I provide a scholarship to Michael University College every year. I provide a scholarship.
Michael University College, big up.
Yeah, man, that's my alma mater.
Yes.
And I provide a book grant for them. And then Vibrations now, we have a poetry writing competition invested into it. And it will open every year in April, which is International Poetry Month, and we close the entries in May. And the first prize this year, 70,000 Jamaican dollars, 70,000 cash for one poem, and a student of Pembroke Hall High School walked away with that prize. Not a traditional high schooler, a student of Pembroke Hall. Her pen name is Kia. She go by the name Kia. And the second prize Kia, K-E-Y-A.
Yes.
Our second prize winner is a student, he just graduated from Calabar High School. His name is Jaheel Letford. He got $40,000 cash.
Okay.
And the third prize winner now, a young miss from Michael University College. Her name is Abigail Clayton. And she too walked away with $25,000 cash. When we do things like this, we encourage young people. We encourage young people. I respect JCDC with their festival competitions and kids getting gold and silver and bronze. But after them get the bronze and the gold and thing, what's next? What's next? Those kids have to practice many evenings. Parents have to go pick them up. Them stay back later after school. Those things take money. Those things take money. You understand? And yes, it does take a little money to care. It does. It does.
So in a capitalist environment.
So while we can't give every person who enters a poetry competition some money, but we are trying to encourage people to write, and by doing so, provide incentives, because Jamaica is too hard. Times are too hard. You want me to tell you? You can't just, give a little certificate is okay, but it's not good enough. It's not good. So we believe in providing incentives for these young kids.
And walk me through too, because as I was saying, you are living in Toronto and you're initiating a whole poetry festival here in Jamaica. You have to go walk me through how you answer long for reach down here and make these things, put these parts together. That assembly. How was it putting this program together, and how did it really burgeon? How did it emerge all together?
All right. So it started because out of disappointment. And I tell people, disappointment, my grandmother used to say, out of every disappointment comes good. So I was invited to a big poetry festival. I was invited to present, and texting the person, WhatsApping and all of that, emails back and forth. And then I purchased my ticket, went to the country, and then I was told, after trying to reach the person who was in charge, that I was no longer a lineup on the festival.
And this was after having communications.
Yes. And I was stunned. Because I always liked things to be given to me in writing. Yeah.
Yes.
And I said, but that's not what was communicated to me. You spoke with me. You said you're giving me 10 minutes on stage, and I don't need more than 10 minutes. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I was very hurt. Even as a big grown man, I was very, very hurt.
And this is aside from the expenses. And this is aside from the expenses that it incurred.
Yeah, because I purchased my airline ticket, everything. And when I asked the person, when I get to the venue, with whom do I speak? Who's my point of contact? And then to be told that you're no longer on the show for no apparent reason. But fine, it's their festival. So I was sharing my disappointment now with a couple of friends of mine, and they said, Canute, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And Marguerite understand, I was sharing with her, and I said, Maggie, we should just have a one. And I kind of said it in jest. I said, we should just have our own festival, Let us have our own festival. And she said, yes, we should.
Look at that.
And then we just started to brainstorm what is the mission? What is the mission and vision of Vibrations? Because we came up with the name after a couple of minutes, and we assembled a little committee. So I'm in Toronto doing my part. She's in Jamaica doing her part. I had two other friends in Jamaica doing stuff on the road, and so we've been working on audiovisual promotional things, utilizing Facebook, Instagram. We have a website up, www.vibrationspoetryfestival.com. The Facebook is vibrationspoetryfestival.com, and the Instagram is _vibrationspoetryfestival. So the festival is born, and it's a reality. And when I tell you I am pleased, I couldn't have been more pleased. Being somebody who I've been in acting for many, many years, and I really wanted the execution of the festival to come off very smoothly, and it did. Did we get a full house of patrons? No, we didn't. And I'd had a little bit of disappointment there, but the persons who came, them not stop talking about the festival. Them not stop talking about it. And for that, I'm very, very pleased. Yeah. I'm pleased with myself. I'm pleased with the team that I had working with me. Everyone did a fine job. You know, Susie Braham Edwards, who was a production manager, her husband Mike A.D. Edwards, her assistant Myrna Lee Holmes, Marguerite Anderson, all of the Vibrations Poetry Festival ambassadors. I call them ambassadors because I didn't want to use the word ushers or volunteers, but these were all high school and university kids, about 15 of them in total, who worked in different points of the festival to help with a smooth transition. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yep. And everybody, and listen to this, everybody was paid. Everybody
Say that
was
again?
paid.
Say that again.
Everybody was paid. All the presenters were paid. And when I say paid, they were given a good stipend.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't say on air how much I gave them.
And this
But one actress said to me, Canute, you actually pay me more than what I get paid for to do a show. So let's just leave it right there.
All right. Look at that.
Yep.
A person not just
And
of talk, but of action. A person not just of talk, but just of action.
And baby, how did I achieve that? Because guess what? We got a few sponsors, but we didn't get any cash or financial sponsors. But we got sponsors, different sponsors. You know how I achieved, and because the festival cost us over $1 million Jamaican dollars. I had to beg my friends. My good friends that I know would contribute. And I sent them formal letters, saying, this is what is happening. We have no financial or cash sponsors. Yeah. So we need your assistance. And I got about 13 persons sent donations to the festival. And all of that money was about over $315,000. And so that money now helped to pay the kids who won the cash prizes,
yes.
and I could pay the volunteers. Oh yes. So there is strength in unity. As what's that?
That figure, was it in US or Jamaican?
Jamaican dollars.
Yes.
People gave a $50 here, $100 here.
Yes.
I told any amount is fine. Whatever you can afford, a 20 or 50, 100, and in total we got over $300,000, and it went a far way.
That sounds like some guerrilla promotion.
Yeah, man. I honestly, next year, I'm going to go harder.
Naturally.
I'm going to go much harder. So in the event that we don't get a company to give us, say, $500,000 Jamaican dollars,
definitely,
or whatever, I'm turning to the dad. Yeah.
This is an investment in a tried and true and tested product. Yeah? A tried and true and tested product. And of course, a man of his word, a man that stands behind his mission. Canute Lawrence. Yeah, man. We do have to take this moment to congratulate your efforts.
Thank you.
Because the story that you tell here is one that is synonymous, unfortunately, with the poetry community. This is not a one-off incident. It is not Canute alone story, and that is why going out and making an effort to serve those persons who face the same type of, I don't want to use the word humiliation, but disregard, is a commendable effort, and it is a meritorious effort. So you deserve the success that you receive. Because I've heard of the show as well, and all me get is beer rave reviews. And of course,
yeah, man, thank you.
And of course, the presentation was timely.
Yes.
Right? Chantel, you hear that Jaiku was participants were, and you didn't know about it?
Of course, we know about it. I mean, I couldn't physically be there, unfortunately, but yeah, man, definitely in our meetings it came up, and it definitely was something that was tabled on our calendar. So definitely heard about it. Congrats to you. Yeah, man, congrats to you, Canute and Marguerite, the whole team. I'm I'm a
Thank you.
background person for now, but best believe I see the efforts and I applaud it. You know, it's something that is we share the same vision to ensure that people who
Thank
are
you.
up and coming get
Thank
the
you.
recognition them need and that poetry is seen on the
Yeah.
scale that it needs to be, you know, and done in a righteous way. I'm a
Yes. Yeah,
really
man. Yeah, man.
Okay. So
Yeah, man.
then
Thank
the
you. Thank you.
networks
Thank you.
that is
Thank you,
being
Shanta.
developed,
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
the networks that are being developed out of this, let me talk a little bit about that, Canute. What are some of the networks that you're trying to develop here? Because I see that you're connecting with JICU, we see you're connected with private enterprises, we see you're connecting with schools.
Yeah. Yeah, man, because you know what I mean. As I said before, Vibrations Poetry Festival is not just a festival, it is a movement. You understand? We're not in a competition. We are on a mission. To borrow your own words. And so we have to reach out to others, because I reached out to my friends, yeah, in Toronto, in the States. I lived in the States, in the diaspora, and those are the persons who came to our rescue. They came to our rescue, yeah, and donated money. So now that I know that they have seen how successful the show is, people are going to be more willing now to become contributors and donors to the festival. So if the big corporations don't want to join us, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So as Marcus Garvey advocated very strongly that he wants us to be self-sufficient. He wants us to be self-reliant and to develop our own economic independence. So if the big companies them now come on board, God bless them. We'll move on. We can do it. We can do it.
Yes. Yes. And you've proven that we can do it. You've proven that through effort, through support, through giving support to ones in various underserved communities. And this is a very commendable effort. We really want to encourage our stakeholders. We want to encourage all Jamaica. We want to encourage the whole African diaspora. We want to encourage the whole world. Tune into Vibrations Poetry Festival and the work that it is doing. Because this initiative is one that is, I think, one that is serving the community. One is giving noble service to the community. I mean, like the youngsters being encouraged in the literary arts. You don't find that much, you know? Because we can find a few persons being encouraged in the sporting arena. You're a baller, you don't know, you get a little encouragement there, so. You know what I'm saying? You're a runner, you get a little encouragement there, so. I mean, socially, that is. Because, of course, everybody have them pitfalls, everybody have them the cons to these structures and so on. However, where are the literary support? Where are the educational support? Where is the support for poetry? You know, and you are doing that. You are one who step up, as Marcus Garvey did. And so we have to salute you, Canute Lawrence, you know, and the Vibrations Poetry Festival. We do want to say again, a big, big thank you from INCIENTS Dub for not just joining us, for sharing your vision and sharing some of your processes, because these are things that we can learn from. We can initiate, we can take this as raw material and place into a system that can produce something. Can I watch this now? I don't know, just because you do it, maybe I can do it too. And put up one poetry festival, put up a literary festival, put up some creative enclave for persons to come and develop them talents and skills with whatever creative fields that they are in. And Canute Lawrence, the Vibrations Poetry Festival, is doing just that. You know, tell people how them can get in touch with you if they want to contact, if they want to show support, if they want to contribute. You hearing me? Canute?
Yeah, man. I think
I was
your
saying
voice
give them the
your volume
contact
kind of went down a
numbers.
little bit.
I was asking you to give the contact numbers and the contact information.
Oh, cool. Yeah, man. So anybody who wants to get involved with Vibrations Poetry Festival, because we're going to start the planning next month, just write to us. Vibrations Poetry Festival at gmail.com. Vibrations Poetry Festival at gmail.com. Just write to us. We will respond to you within between 24 and 48 hours. You can also go on www.vibrationspoetryfestival.com. So right now, we're not going to give out the numbers, but you can email us. You can email us at vibrationspoetryfestival at gmail.com or go on to our website, www.vibrationspoetryfestival.com, and we will get back to you for sure. You want to become a vendor, you want to present your poetry next year, you want to assist in some way, you want to be a donor, whatever contribution you can give, please write to us. We will respond to you. Yeah.
Canute Lawrence of Vibrations Poetry Festival. We do thank you for coming through, for sharing, for the work that you are doing, for contributing to this poetry community. A round of applause here from us at Ancients Dub to Vibrations
Thank you very much,
Poetry Festival. Thank you again, Canute Lawrence. And we look forward to talking to you.
Blessings and on your show. Thank you very much. Cool.
Enough thanks, Big it up. Yes, that was just Canute Lawrence of Vibrations Poetry Festival in our section I Bash Full. Yeah. You see people out there doing work. People not just talking about it, but about it. So we do give thanks to these great ones, these strong ones, these powerful energies making moves in this space. I bashful.
Yeah, I really appreciate love the bridging coming forward and hosting an event for poets in which poets actually get paid and people actually get paid, and not in a way like you want to say, boy, is do them a favor. But that professionalism is needed in poetry. And it speaks to even what we're doing now, and Jaiku, Chantel can probably speak of that, but a lot of time people see the creative sector, the orange sector themselves, no politics, but the orange sector seeing as a hobby. And when ones come forward, whether you paint, whether you do poetry, whether it's dancing, these things people don't see value up front, but they get value from it. So you're having a show and you're doing whatever you're doing and you're performing and you say, all right, during intermission, when the banner change, you want to add a little flavor to it. Seeing you want a poet. And all, no, you can't come up with something sensible to even say to the poet, say, oh, listen, all right, this is what is going to happen. And you get upset now when a poet say to you, this is the needs. So how are we going to get to the location? How are we going to be presentable? Do you want us to just come dressing and looking like any? It can't work. So it's something professional. Chantel, you want to speak on that a little bit?
You want the show for be me just talking about it, because trust me, this is something I'm very passionate about. As someone who's been in the poetry scene for a little bit, and I've been seeing and experiencing the attitude that people have towards poetry, as I said, is treated like a hobby, like, oh, you're a poet? Oh, yeah, I say, to bust something now, and it's treated like almost like a third class kind of activity, whereas the artists, the musical artists, even the visual artists will be taken more seriously than the poets, even though the same amount of contemplation and work goes into the works that them experience. You find that poets are offered lower grade stipends, as them call it, or salaries when hired for a show. And sometimes them don't even want to pay you because them just see it as you coming on
Talk
and
about
say
it.
some words, yeah. And them not look at it as something that is worth paying for. But this is the same kind of art that incites the same kind of emotions as an artist, and even so, I mean, can you just say a while ago, music is poetry, this is just something with the addition of a track or some instruments on it, but and melody, of course, but this is an art that is honed, and for some of us that have been in it for a little bit and take time out and spend money, invest money in honing our craft, in understanding our craft, and in just improving our craft. Poets forget pay, so that is why it's so important. And I mean, it's such a joy to hear Kanu talk a while ago about the fact that him pay everybody that is involved in the planning of the proceedings of Vibrations Poetry Festival, because I tell you, say, a whole heap of work goes into creating a production of that kind of magnitude, and yeah, it's very necessary that people are taken seriously, and that is why we, as Jaiku, a syndicate, we decide to wear come across and show the people them say you need to take poets serious, or else we just not gonna participate.
Exactly. Or we are just also own show. Seeing,
Or we just,
Aye.
we want to give thanks to ones like Rasta Kura out there
Aye,
who
aye.
was him own show.
Putting out the
Seeing,
works on the platform for the youngsters.
yeah, Yasa Safari,
Aye, aye.
Zine, and I mean, all the ones them Ababe Pino or INCIENTS come up
We are
forward
work.
too.
We have the true print. We have Canute Lawrence who do it.
Yes, I.
So
Yes,
I know I can do it.
Yes, and of course, Jaiku is here with us always, setting that standard also. We want to give thanks to all of those events. We see the ones I've hosted also because we have heard of it. We haven't had the opportunity to personally be there. Hi, oh my, we are blessed today to also have your baby with us, Chantel. I never know that.
yeah,
A
I was
very young
trying to
mother.
have him off a little bit, but yes, most definitely my lion cub is here with me.
Yes, I love and
Welcome,
honor
man.
one.
We are talking about the ancients double in a yard,
Yes,
You see
I
me say so
see.
in a yard, you see the lifestyle, the liberty.
Love and honor, love and
Yeah.
honor. So welcome also, young Prince Zane. Yeah, man, it's a very interesting thing, and as I see the eye with the youth, um, poetry also has a lot of females
Aye.
who write, who
True.
also express themselves. And we know already, we are saying right now, point blank, support a female and you support the family.
That is it.
Seeing?
She who rocks the cradle rules the world.
Exactly, and we'll take it straight across to all teachers, because we know these are some professions and some spaces where it's woman mostly dominated. Seeing? So I say, yo, give the empress them due, because them family also need that support. So I can imagine now you call Chantal now and I tell her about your big show. See, and she have her youth to look for now. What she gonna tell her youth now? No, she gonna stay home with her youth.
Natural,
And
she
she's
have
going to plan
obligations.
exactly. She's going to plan her own event, and it's going to be successful because we who support each other are going to come forward, and we're going to have a successful event. So we want people, we just send out the call, seeing the ones them we need to take the art serious, seeing we want to big up Edna Manley College,
Yes.
seeing we want to big up Alpha School,
Yes.
Music School, and all those other spaces where we know, even if we don't call the name, that provide certain training in the arts. What them
Real.
call the orange economy.
Yeah.
Seeing? Yes, I.
And I'll Rave Naimani with the best bands in school project.
Yes.
Yeah,
Raven
man, that I forget
Iman.
a big up. Because
Yes,
it's
aye.
encouraging not only reggae music, but the long tradition of bands, musical bands that develop our Jamaican reggae music is being thrusted, and pushed by this initiative. And we really do give thanks to those persons who see the need and take up the burden. It's a
Exactly.
serious work.
Exactly. This time we have our next segment, which of course is her story. However, our guest today, Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks, our dear auntie, she is not able to make the call right now. She's on the road moving around. It's a very busy time now. It's like the day before Garvey, Earth Strong, and people making plans, So for the Ntokuma Foundation, we want to acknowledge all the members and those persons who are making preparation now for even tomorrow's event. A lot going on. We see there's a lecture down by Liberty Hall. Yeah.
The legacy of Marcus Garvey. 76 King Street.
Yeah, man. And we want individual out there to also support these lectures. More time we go parties and we go all of these things, but
So
we need
that
for
lecture
also
should be Beyond Apology, Reimagining Caribbean Identity to Garveyism and Reparatory
I
Justice.
told you about that word. my
Yo,
lord.
I was saying how we have the word
Exactly, reparatory.
reparatory justice.
You see me?
Yeah, I'm quite, that is it. So that's Beyond Apology, Reimagining Caribbean Identity through Garveyism and Reparatory Justice. And that will be held on Sunday the 17th, that's tomorrow, at Liberty Hall, Legacy of Marcus Garvey. And that features Professor Sonia Naya.
Yes, I seeing, and of course, she's a professor of cultural studies and director of the Center of Reparatory or Reparation Research at the UWI. Seeing, and we really want individuals to go and check
What
this
the time
out.
is that again?
The time for the event tomorrow, I think it starts. Let me see here, boy. It starts at 3 p.m. I know we're trying to always use the color red, especially when it comes to Marcus Garvey and cultural things.
Aye.
But designers, we have to stop put red in words now, yeah. You know what I mean? The red words, them.
The
it's set
designer
away.
for know how to angle it still, because as a designer myself, there are color contrasts that I want to always pay attention to, especially when it comes to reading. We must understand the color contrast because we don't want to damage the youths, them eyes, man.
Yeah, man. So a little while ago, I said 3 p.m., but it's actually 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Aye.
Seeing? So it's Sunday, August 17th at 1 p.m., the Marcus Garvey Great Hall. This is at the Legacy of Marcus Garvey.
Liberty Hall, the Legacy of Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, Liberty Hall. See, and for those, again, it's 76 King Street. It's that one-way road coming forward to town, same space where Kingston Bookshop, I think, is also.
Yes, Kingston Bookshop is right just beside, that's at 74, I believe.
Right, right.
And the location is the 76 King Street.
Yes,
of course, King Street is the north-south bound street leading from the top of Hero Circle, or the eastern side of western side of Hero Circle, coming straight down to meet the St. William Grand Park and going further down to the harbor. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I. It's very interesting, a lot of things. I know IRFM also, because you don't know oneness.
Natural.
Yeah. IRFM.
Unity in diversity.
Yeah, they are also hosting their event tomorrow. So those in that area can trot forward and, full joy the energies where that is concerned. Seeing? So yeah, we see how the strong end here is so far with individuals and just how things go. So our segment, her story, again, we apologize this strong for it. We are going to speak to Evie. Yeah, we'll try to get to Evie. Seeing, of course, former Nomad member, the poetry group, but he has also an event in Kingston here, Zian, that we like to highlight because, again, we find that these creatives that we have in Jamaica, they're having very interesting cultural events that are stimulating to the whole family, I should think, yeah? Because when we talk about Evie and performance, You know what I mean? We talk about people who come, from pantomime, from JCDC
JCDC
coming
Heritage. So
forward
there's a
to
whole feeder program with the cultural farm, in Jamaica, And of course, we have to big up the JCDC for their integral role encouraging youths and young talents in the different disciplines. Of course, we have our I, what I call it now, inspiration. I, Godfather. I, Bread at Arms. The stalwart, Dubba, Clayton Lynch. Is a many-time recipient of awards by the JCDC. And he honed his skills to become, a very important figure.
Yes.
In the poetry scene here in Jamaica,
Yes,
that is Clayton Dubba Lynch.
Yes, I.
Ashe.
Well, they are might try to get through the ones, and again, it's a busy day. I know we will be featuring Evie coming forward, seeing on the INCIENTS dub here, Qedamawi order INCIENTS dub, seeing. But we're not getting through to him right now, no worries.
So in between time,
Chantel, let us speak about the event that is hosted by Jaiku. This is Start the Things Storytelling Competition. Can you just fill us in a little bit about that event coming forward?
Yes, most definitely. Well, this is going to be our second staging of Start the Things. You guys know I have a little one, so please excuse me if you hear him start roaring at the background.
We are say I don't want him on the broadcast, a female radio station, this, Right now, if him say, lock off the program, we have to lock it off. Right now, he even know. So he come on, we love the youths them. If the youths them is not in our space, we don't want to be in that space. Point
Most
blank. See?
definitely.
Yes,
And
sir.
I give, some places are really offer that kind of what I call consideration.
Yes, sir.
So it's definitely something we'll give thanks for. But yeah, to Start the Things is pretty much a storytelling competition. We've posted versions of it before, but this is going to be in collaboration with What's Your Story Jamaica. The deadline for submissions for this competition is the 31st of August. And listen, you can win money to tell a story, a real life story about your experience. So come with your best story. We're looking forward to see what kind of stories come up. I remember the last time we had some very interesting stories that come forward. So we are pretty much just pushing and trying to get the word out there for people to submit their stories. You can submit that jaikupoetry@gmail.com. That's JAIKU poetry@gmail.com. And it needs to be 6 minutes maximum. So come with the best story and come for talk the things, right? We look forward to hearing the stories, look forward to reading them, and we look forward to giving away some of this money.
Exactly. You see, people, we are trying our best to meet you where you are to get you to read and write. Yeah, we are saying money thing, but our main aim is to actually get you to read and write. So more people really understand what we're doing, seeing at this time. But Jaiku also has other meetings and workshops that they do host. You want to just tell us a little bit about that also?
Yes, we do host our poetry business meetings once a month. It's every third Wednesday. No, I will double check on that. It will be every first Wednesday, actually. And we are hosting this in collaboration with the Poet Life founder, Christoph Jenkins. And so we come and we talk. We discuss many things regarding our wins, our losses, or what we've learned on this poetry trad. we find that as poets in the community, if we're not coming together to share our works, we're not having many discussions outside of that regarding how we're building our enterprise, and different poets have different business enterprises that they've begun, but we're so disconnected sometimes. So this poetry business meeting is a means to bring us together and discuss different business opportunities that we have. Our poetry business retreat is also coming up in October. So really I look forward to that because we have some ones flying in from all over the world, and we come together at a retreat in October to share some of our work and to just network. It's a great networking opportunity for poets who have an interest in, of course, having their own poetry business, not just enterprise, but different events, So like a poetry, like a vibrations festival, like a what targetings storytelling competition. This is a place that you would forward to make sure say you meet with the right people, stakeholders, possible sponsors, and network with the right people to ensure that your poetry enterprise is being built in a sustainable fashion. We have to come together as ones, because there's unity, or there's rather strength in unity.
Right. Give thanks, give thanks. Well, we were supposed to have Empress Deborah, I think, on. We're still trying to contact her. She's also one of the persons who will be active within this whole event also. But we want to give thanks to Kwesi, who is also waiting. Kwesi is in Canada for the Rasta Fest conference, but we will have him on shortly. So give thanks, Kwesi, from the Association of Rastafari Creatives and also the RMO for joining us. Again, today is INCIENTS Dub. It is normally broadcast every third. Yes, people, third Saturdays of the month. Yeah, our host is Abebe Payne. So I'm just filling in, just doing some, what did I call now, administrative work. So remember, if you wish to advertise with us here at Yaad Radio or to support Ancients Dub, please call our sales agents at 876-566-5556. You can also email the sales department at Abebe. Hold on, he's here, so let him speak, of course. The real host is here today. So, yeah. Where's the now, Payne?
Yeah, you can contact I at abebepn@gmail.com.
Yes, I. And of course, you can donate to our PayPal. So you may PayPal me /iYard Radio. And of course, just check out the stream. There's a lot of ways that you can donate, whether locally or internationally. We do links. So yeah. And again, don't forget to subscribe. Click the notification bell. By September 11th, we're trying to reach to 1,000 subscribers. Yeah. So Chantel Moy help I to push it also. We're at about 600 and odd right now. I will not buy. I will not really beg. We're just asking people kindly to support, because then we see how other persons do it, and we're saying we know we have a strong community, conscious individuals who want to hear great content. Also, check out iYardRadio.com. The site is currently in, what I call now, transitional mode. But when you go on the site, you will hear a special recording, people. You will not hear it anywhere else in the world. From Evie. It's called Better Part, Yeah, man, the Set Apart, sorry. Yeah?
Set apart.
Is it? So who are really the ones them really come through. Kwasi is here early. I don't know if you want to come through and just say a few words while he's there. Kwasi, what go on, family? What go on?
Greetings, there them can hear I?
Fully.
Yes, we can.
All right, give thanks, give thanks. Perfect love to the audience. We greet everyone in that divine name. His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and say glory and honor in the name of his chosen Queen Empress was Zero Menen.
Isaiah. Give thanks, family, for joining us. I know you are a bit early, but we're there. We're celebrating Marcus Garvey. We're doing it in word, sound, power. I know you're going to join us for the discussion, but I have to mention this because you are one of those persons who speak of not just Garvey's works in seminars and things, but you put it in action. And when you speak about certain things like, coming together and working as African people, you know what I mean? And setting up certain platforms, for example, your Lion Voice platform that speak to Rastafari family, African people, you know what I mean? Just tell us a little bit about some of your projects that you're on right now, especially with the Lion Voice Network.
Well, the Lion Voice Network, first and foremost, is on YouTube. It is a platform specifically designed for Rastafari and Pan-African family, but it is from a Rastafari worldview. And we felt it very important to reestablish the connection between Rastafari and the Pan-African family. In recent years, we've been noticing the drift that has been happening. One time when you say repatriation, immediately you would think about Rastafari. Now we're finding that, Rastafari kind of adrift into the one love, almost like a hippie type of doctrine they're trying to put an eye into, So I wanted to make sure we created a platform to reaffirm the roots, the Pan-African roots of the movement. So that we can ensure that the next generation of Rasses are strong. We also wanted to highlight some of the voices that typically don't get highlighted in our community, because a lot of the frontline workers are not artists. They're not, people that, a mainstream media platform is going to give any time to highlight. And then a lot of the quote unquote people that would get highlight, who are stars within Rastafari, when they go on mainstream platforms, the reasoning is very surface. So we don't really get to find out, what really makes them tick, how they cite up His Majesty, what they are doing from a Rastafari perspective. We don't get into those reasonings from other platforms. So I wanted to create a platform that the global family could call home. And we have some excellent platforms, but a lot of those platforms are also more regional. And even though I'm born in Jamaica, grew up in Canada, live in DC, I think I have a unique ability to bring together Rastafari from all over the world,
My name is Kevin Wallen.
Yes,
fire.
Well, a whole lot going on here in the Exodus studio, you see it? But yeah, man, we're hearing all that you're saying, and we give thanks, you know what I mean? Yes, Payne.
Yes, and we want to give thanks, Kwesi, for joining us, because, of course, you are the reading Ras. And, of course, as you say, we do want to encourage a more deep and more in-depth type of conversation, a more astute conversation, erudite research, and offering persons a more fulfilling, productive type of discussion that is going to produce the type of actions necessary to take us into the future, And with that, we just want to share that little. This is an excerpt of Marcus Garvey's speech, and this is from the book Race First by Tony Martin. And it opens, "What do I care about death in the cause of the redemption of Africa? I could die anywhere in the cause of liberty. A real man dies but once. A coward dies 1,000 times before his death. So we want you to realize that life is not worth its salt except you can live it for some purpose. And the noblest purpose for which the noblest purpose for which to live is the emancipation of a race and the emancipation of posterity. So that's Marcus Mosiah Garvey. What do I care about death? Once you have a purpose. You see it? These are strong and potent words of the Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Irit. You know, see it. Is Chantal there?
Yeah, man.
Chantal, how that sound to you?
Why that just sent me back a while ago. You know, I'm forever humbled to even share the same nationality as this great man. You know, when I hear somebody say something as honorable as that, in that kind of way, in that time, when you think of just the cultural and social atmosphere of the times, then you kind of, you know, I'm just so humble. Like just imagine what that must have been like for this man to be saying those revolutionary things in a time where people were so deeply entrenched in a programming that was set, you know, so far before them. Is just a humbling experience to even be able to witness his words, may I tell you. And that is why I'm telling you that he will forever be my greatest inspiration. You know, Garvey is truly a revolutionary. A coward dies 1,000 times. You know, that is revolutionary. That is really and that is really food for thought right there. So because just think about the cowards that we encounter in this life, you know, and even in the pretense of being brave, you can see that they die so many deaths before they die a physical death because of just their inability to be their ability to be inactive in a world that calls for action. You get what I say? So you die even before you're dead. That's just a powerful thing for you to think about. So
what is potent is the concept here that purpose, you know, goes beyond death. Even what I'm saying right here. Purpose moves one beyond the fear of death, beyond death itself, you know, because here him say, of course, and the noblest purpose for which to live is the emancipation of a race and the emancipation of posterity. You hear that? Posterity, moving forward to the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. You know, see it? Because, of course, you know, as a Rasta man, I tell you, say them born death. And it, you know, it's a concept that one should even consider, you know, because, of course, death is, you know, something ones might think final, right? And we have to get English them language, so if them say it final, it's final. But there's nowhere that I have found, you know, that in the lexicons and in the languages of the continent called Africa, that death is such a final word, you know. We talk about going into the land of the ancestors. We talk about transitioning.
Yes.
We don't know of a spirit that is absolutely and completely eradicated from this sphere. You know, see? And so one person's understand that there is longevity, there's a life living beyond this flesh. You know, see it? And that, of course, Marcus Garvey, you can see it, his works live on. His efforts are still needed in this time. You know, we see that the maneuvering, the strategies that was initiated and arranged and devised by Marcus Garvey, them still need implementation. You know, see it? And what? We're going to wait on the flesh to do that? No. The next generation can take the work and carry it further. You know, see it? And so this is why you leave that type of blueprint, you leave that type of that mark, that impact that will thrust ones further and take it from where you had left it and move it forward. Because Marcus in the iron, I don't know what the next man. But I feel like a little Marcus in me.
Most
You know, see?
definitely.
Especially with the stubborn. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what you say? Chantel, you know, a little Marcus in here.
Of course.
What
You know.
that's the elocution?
Sorry?
Is the elocution you have? Come you have the
Well,
stubborn. You have.
no, you know, say just the revolution mind.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, man, my fancy, my mind very revolutionary because me envision a world that is not what I'm seeing in front of me. And so me still have that drive there. Because as I'm saying, you know, purpose lives on. And you can see where the purpose that was placed on his life has lived on long after him physically passed on. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, him definitely live on in all the way, man. All the way where I look for a brighter society.
Definitely. We have online again. We're talking about Jaiko's event, and we are highlighting it again for those who are out there who are taught the things. Zine is a storytelling competition, right? So at this time, we'd like to welcome Empress Deborah online. Yes, I. Greetings.
Empress Deborah.
Greetings. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Yes, I.
Welcome to INCIENTS Dub.
I am very excited to be on your show.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi, girl. How are you?
Good to see you. Good to have you.
Oh, nice to see you too. I'm thrilled to be here.
Yes, I. So they are taught the things them. I will be paying our host is here. I am Breadlocks, and of course, you know, tell us a little bit about what to expect from this thing here, because we really want to draw out people creativity. You know, we want to get those wordsmiths activated. You know.
Listen, I have been telling stories from I was 7 years old in a mango tree in Jamaica. Okay, so that's about the only thing I know how to do. But I have seen the power of live storytelling. When we share our truth with other people, I can't tell you, no matter where you come from in the world, we connect with each other when we share our stories. This is why I'm a big proponent of storytelling. We don't have, in Jamaica, when I was growing up, we were taught not to really share anything that wasn't good. My father was an alcoholic and a drunk, and my mother would, as soon as you come out the door in the morning, you put a smile on your face and you pretend that everything is perfect. But it's not good because it's not real. And I just didn't want to live that way. And I have made a living for myself in the United States by sharing all my Jamaican stories, because when we share our stories with other people, no matter where you come from in the world, stories are universal. Our truths are universal. And you realize that no matter where we come from, that we're all the same. We share the same joys and sadness. We have the same goals. We want the same things for our children. We have the same dreams. And I think that you can break down a lot of walls and prejudices when we share our stories. So because I have done well with sharing my stories in America, and when I first started to tell them, people say, well, nobody don't want to hear a Jamaican story. I say, really? Well, the way I'm going to tell it, everybody going to want to hear them. So everybody has listened to my stories in America, and I've been, working for many, many years, and I wanted to come back to the island that brought me all my stories and start a storytelling competition. So this is what, I'm teaming up with Jaiku to do, because I
Yeah.
have $1 million storytelling competition at the end of January, and the people who make the top ones in story in Jaiku's competition, who I'm partnering with, they're going to be automatically in the $1 million storytelling competition. So you can win up to $375,000 for your 6-minute story.
Yes. People come
And
with your 6 minute story. Here I'll go on yes, opinion. Come let me I forgot tell my story too.
yes, you need to
All
come
right.
tell your story, and I will help everybody to edit their story. We need a story with a
Yes.
beginning, middle, and an end. And as long as you write it out, I'm going to help you edit it and you're going to tell it. And the people, you're going to come and tell it. We're going to have the finals over at Half Moon in Montego Bay. And, you can win a nice little money for a
Yes.
6-minute story. For a 6-minute story. Nobody giving you that kind of money for any kind of story in Jamaica.
Why 6 minutes though? Is
Well,
it?
listen, the minimum time is 6 minutes because you can tell a story you grab people's attention 6 to 7 minutes. It really can't be longer than 8 minutes, but it can't be shorter than 6 minutes. But when you write a story, you can write a whole novel because people have time to pick up the book, put it down, pick it up again, read it. You have time. But when you're doing live storytelling, we do not want to go on the stage and meander and you want to get to the point. You want to tell the story,
Yes.
and grab people's attention, because once you lose people's attention, you're not going to be winning anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't want
Exactly.
to go up there and meander. You want to get up there and tell the story and grab people's attention. My main goal when I get up on stage to tell a story is that people can't take their eyes off of me, because people get dressed and go through traffic and drive and come to see a show. We have a right to make sure that the show is good. You don't
Yes.
want to
Yes.
meander this. You want to get up there and you want to grab people's attention, get them out of the seat, and get them to be on the stage with you, living the story.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. Well, it is so interesting in this time when we're seeing the education system reflecting so many different things that we don't really want to see now. But we have you and other individuals and other organizations really empowering individuals, trying their best to get them to read, to write, to be more expressive, to tell their
Yes.
own stories.
Story.
Yeah.
Yes.
And even one of our guests today, Kwasi, he has the Lion Voice Network, which encourage persons to speak of their stories, tell of their experiences and what they're about. And it's very interesting just in this time,
Well, I'm
this
pleased if he's there.
informational age.
Is he there in the studio with you then?
He's online, Kwasi.
Okay,
Kwasi.
well, I want to connect up with Crazy. Please give him my connection, because anybody that have a good story, you need to send them over to me, because I will help them to edit their stories. I will help them with the production. I will help them with, to get up there and tell their best story, and they can share in $1 million prize. Okay. I do want to encourage people to tell their story in Jamaica, because listen, we have to tell our stories. Why shouldn't we? We've got to tell our stories.
Well, he has a platform that gives individuals that opportunity. But I let him speak.
Greetings, my sister.
I'm
What a
so
joy.
happy to meet you.
Yes, we have to give up, big up Yaad Radio for making this historic meeting happen. And I mean,
Yeah, man, give thanks. Yes, I
I
so
really appreciate it. If you know anyone, Kwasi, with any great story at all, please send them over to Talk the Things, and they can come on over to me. And we will do a huge show over at Half Moon, in the next few months. And anyone that is not afraid to get up and tell their story, I would be happy to help them and encourage them. It's wonderful to be able to share our stories with people. Trust me, and especially in this crazy world that we're living in today, you know,
exactly,
I think
exactly,
it's more important than ever. And it forms such a connection. People, when we share our stories, we realize that it don't matter where we come from, we can connect and be there for each other, and have more compassion as well,
exactly,
for each
exactly.
other.
Yes, I. Well, again, we just want to say thank you for joining us. When is again the cutoff date for entries for persons to?
The end of September
Right.
is for the talk the things, and because I need to read them over, edit, do a little bit of rewriting, and I like to work with people to make sure that they can put up their best work, so the
Yeah.
end of September. And if you know anyone at all who needs any help with their story, I'm very happy to also help,
So how
if
do they get in contact with you? Through Jaico? How do they get?
through Jaiku. Through
Right.
Jaiku. You can get in contact with me through Jaiku. Okay?
Ah, yeah, very good. Thank you so much again for joining us
Listen,
today. This is the
thank
first
you.
of many experiences here at Yaad Radio. So just subscribe and share the link, please. Yes,
I
and let
will.
us.
I will do
Yeah.
that.
So you're
And
you're
thank
you're
you.
yeah, man. You're giving away $1 million soon. We are seeking just 1 million subscribers. You know what I mean? So help us on that mission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
happy to big up your radio station. And when I do this, when I come back to Jamaica to do the storytelling, I'll, put you in my program as well. Okay. So you
Yes.
keep in touch with me. I can put you in my program as well. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Love and honor.
Listen, thank you. And Kwasi, I look forward to hearing from you. Okay.
Yeah, man. He's driving, so probably his communication is a little bit off. But give thanks
Okay.
again. Again, want to big up Casey Garvey, right? A baby pain.
Jaiku.
Zane, of course, Chantel is here with us also as one of the directors. And again, thank you, Deborah, for joining us for a broadcast today on iYard Radio. The program
Thank
is,
you. Thank you so much. And I look forward to meeting you in person. Okay.
yes, I give thanks. Give thanks, Empress.
All right. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yes, and in this section, what's live? Yes. Again, in this section, what's live? We have apparently something going on as we speak. Yeah. Today, August 16th, we have Sosa Crew, that is SOSACRU, and IDOR presenting Marcus Garvey's Earthlight today, August 16, 2025, and they'll be having a celebration presentation at 6 p.m. Jamaica time, and that's on Zoom. Telling us a little bit more about that
Yes.
will be Miss Colleen Douglas. Colleen, good day and welcome.
Thank you for not running me out, for just stepping in. So SOSA Crew is actually School of Sacrament Rastafari University. That's the acronym for it. It's
Great.
a school we started online about 5 years ago,
Great.
just ahead of the COVID-19
Great.
pandemic or maddemic, whatever we want to call
Yeah.
it. And it's really Rastafari scholars, Jake Homiak, Jelani Naya, Robbie Shilliam out of Johns Hopkins, Dina Marie Beresford, who we know as Sister Walletti, who you see on the flyer,
Yes.
myself. And it's a network, so there are more people involved, but the active board is who I just mentioned. So we are collaborating with IDOR. IDOR is the Universal Development of Rastafari organization that's based in Baltimore.
Yes.
So every other week, I think, yes, twice per month they have a book club. Kwasi is a member.
Kwasi,
IDOR.
we know is a member.
So Kwasi would be in the book club a lot more
Of
than
course,
me.
the reading Ras.
As a matter of fact, it's Kwasi who started that book club. So
Yes.
this week we are collaborating with IDOR. Sister
Yes.
Walletti, who is one of the presenters, is also the president or the chair, Kwasi, one of the two. But she is one of the speakers, and then we have Raseku Tafari from Frontline Books, who is also a board member of SOSA Crew, who will be speaking to Garvey. And you know that Raseku has published a lot of Garvey books,
Yes.
including some of his own. So he will share some perspectives, and then Sister Walletti will join. And we're really looking at the balance,
Yes,
just
the
how
topic,
we
the topic
maintain
sound very interesting, because apparently we should have invited her from our last installment.
Exactly.
Talk about it.
So, yeah, we should have. But the truth is that because America is an hour ahead of us
Yes.
now, they start an hour, 6
Yes.
o'clock.
Yeah. Our time.
No, it's 7 their time, 6 our time.
Yes.
So it's the lion and the lioness, the importance of male-female balance in Rastafari through the work of Amy Jakes Garvey.
To the works of Amy Jakes Garvey.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
very
really just
interesting.
looking at all of the balances. We could refer to a lot. We could
Yes.
talk about Rita Bob.
Yes.
We could talk about His Majesty and Empress Menin. We
Yes, sir.
could, so there are lots of, so she will pull some of those lion and lionesses, or the lioness who carry the legacy
Yes.
through their work after. So that will happen in a few. So when they come off of IAD, it would be nice if IAD can carry the book
Tune
club
in.
sometime still.
Natural.
So it goes to a wider audience.
Of course.
It's on Zoom, so that's not complicated or hard for you to tune in whenever necessary. But yeah.
We'll share the oh, sorry. For somebody. We will also share the Zoom link in the chat here on the program. So individuals, can you just send it to me and then we can probably share it here?
I will.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
See?
Thanks.
Give thanks.
Yes. And that's a very important topic, that's selected because, of course, as we had established, there are factors that are targeting the black family, and of course we see where a kind of dissolving of the importance of a unity amongst the race is at hand,
So when I come down, I did tune in a little bit. There was a young woman talking to you,
Yes.
the Empress with the baby.
Chantal.
And, I was
yes.
picking some bones with
Yeah.
her, or we'll pick what? Pick some jackfruit, perhaps,
Yes.
since we're in meat-free zone. But there was a comparison being made between poetry and music, which I think was completely unnecessary.
Why?
Because I don't think we need to compare the art forms in that way. So I appreciate love, though, the fact that poets must be paid for their craft
Yes.
in the way that musicians are paid for their craft.
Yes.
But we could go in a whole different conversation about music as an industry is a super big industry and so the comparison sometimes don't really make sense in terms of
But we have to
an
reason in
art economy.
context.
No. So I'm saying that's what
Yeah.
I heard, and so that's
Okay.
what I left with.
Okay.
So I wanted to catch her,
Yes.
just because I didn't get any context beyond that.
Well,
What
I'm
I
You don't have to go
here.
far to get her, if you just open out your hands and she's right here.
Yes, but
and of course, let
she
me
and I
just
can talk
yeah,
off air, I
but
suppose.
but let me just, if I might, interject within context, because what I'm hearing, I'm trying to grasp. Within context, the comparison would have been in terms of the matter of respect, and giving respect to different forms. And so that comparison is not a matter of speaking to what music has accomplished, as opposed to.
No, that's not
as
what I'm
opposed to-
saying either. It was what she said specifically, that what musicians are paid,
Yeah.
like what the artist is paid versus what the poets paid.
Yes.
And for me, it's always a debate. Even it is what Shaggy is paid, what Sean Paul
No,
is
see,
paid,
that's
what
the thing
Vibes
I'm
Cartel
saying.
is paid versus
Yeah.
what a great artist
Yeah.
who is. I may prefer their music,
Yeah.
so I find it subjective generally.
Yeah.
It's
But
subjective, but I think when you compare something like poetry has
Yeah.
its role,
Natural.
and I think all artists are to be paid for their craft. That's the
Yes.
bottom line.
And that's the point.
I don't think it's necessary for a comparison in terms of when
Yeah.
you go on stage,
Yeah.
who gets what.
I don't think we took that point. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Let Chantal will speak to us. Yes.
if I may, but most definitely, thank you for bringing that up again, because it's something we talk about a lot, and maybe going forward I can tweak using that comparison. But the point I was trying to make is the fact that just as Well, I mean, you did talk about it, the fact that artists must get paid. You know, that was pretty much a point I was making. Not necessarily comparing what is being paid to whom, but the fact that it's taken seriously. So we're trying to, just like musical artists or musicians, be taken seriously. Of course, it's not going to be the same because it's apples and oranges in
Yeah.
some sense. But the point I was really trying to drive home by making that comparison is the fact that poets ought to be paid, you know, and we've found that poets will be hired on shows that musicians are on and not get anything at all. Whereas because musicians are regarded, whether or not the musician is a long-standing musician, we find that musicians are just held in a higher regard than poets, even if the poet is a oku or you know what I mean. So that's really the point I was making. But thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and as I was saying, it's a matter of respect. Is at the core of what
Yes.
she was saying. At the
No,
core
no,
of
no,
what she
no,
was
I
saying was
agree with
respect.
that. It's
You
just
see, and so the specificity of that you brought up of identifying that there amongst musicians, persons are paid along with their based
right.
on
So
their caliber, based on what they've accomplished, based on what they are bringing to the table. You know, and of course, based on the different festivals themselves, based on the different occasions,
and based on the people receiving it.
and based on the people
Yes.
receiving it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of that is relevant conversation. However, the comparison, and we have to make comparisons from time to time, within the context was a matter of respect. And that's what I was trying to identify as well.
I
As-
caught you midway.
yeah.
I caught you midway.
Yeah. And that's reasonable. And at the same time, of course, Ancient's dub is livicated to just that point that she's bringing up. So, of course, I have to jump up when I heard it, of course, because that point what she's making is one that I iterate as well, of course, because too numerous at times persons have put in work and come home with
Empty-handed.
empty-handed.
You know
saying?
what I was thinking too while she was talking
Yes.
is that poets must write.
Yes.
And in as much as I love performance
Yeah.
poetry, publishing your work
Yes.
is also that way of steadily getting your income
Naturally.
consistently. In the same way that we're going to compare
Yes.
music where people are getting paid for
Yes.
because of how it's used is the same
Yes.
way I think poets, we can't just
There are various
speak the
streams of
words
income streams
that you
persons
can tap
tap
into.
into.
Yeah.
Of course. And of course, we want to open up the public and the youngsters, especially the upcoming poets, to these different platforms and income streams and just avenues of expression. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
we definitely need to wake up, as you said, a person might be intrigued by a performance poet. And so their circles are within that sphere.
I
And
do
they
think-
do not really take time to pay attention to the literary poet or the written poet. You know? And of course, each form feeds each other. You
Oh,
know?
definitely.
And even the music. A lot of my poetry, personally, is informed by dancehall music. You know? Of course. As well as me's a neo soul fan. I don't know if people still have listened neo soul.
I listen neo
You see what
soul.
I'm saying? So
I love
you know,
neo soul.
so
Kevin love neo soul.
right? So a
It's
lot
certain
of,
kind of people who like neo soul.
so that informs my point, and that's music. And
Yeah.
the point also that Canute had made, you know.
Oh, Lawrence was on
yes.
too. Oh,
and so
I'm sorry, I
all
missed
poets, and it was quite informative, and you don't know him energy. But of course, in my view, as he had mentioned, all music is poetry. You know, all
Yeah.
music is poetry. Not all poetry is music, and the reason for that is melody. Once you add melody to a poem, it's a song automatically.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Now, if a poem doesn't have any melody, it's still a poem.
But Abebe, I have to. You remember Garnet Silk's
Yeah.
Splashing, Dashing,
Yes.
Restless Sea?
Yes.
Well, I'm a little older, perhaps
Not-
a
no,
lot
man,
older
my
than
time,
you.
no.
You used to recite that in school. Kevin used to recite that in school. Splashing, Dashing, Restless,
Restless
Sea.
Sea.
So, and then when Garnet came with that,
Yes.
I started hearing poetry in music, how
music.
musicians were just
Yes.
taking poems
Yes.
that were no longer owned because they're owned so long, so
Gotcha.
there's no royalty issues or no,
Yes.
and just use it in their songs
Yes.
and make their money from it.
Natural.
So yeah, but I do think Jaiko and Poetry Society. I think there's a vibrant poetry society
And-
in Kingston, at least. I
Yes.
don't know what's happening across the rest of the country.
I know of some efforts in Montego Bay.
Or
but
the other
across-
city.
Yes, but across the board, I think it's a little bit, as I said, it's underserved. It's an underserved community, and that is what particularly the conversation was speaking to. The point you're making is quite important one, though, in terms of understanding while making comparisons what the context
Yeah,
is.
it's just an industry context
Yes.
I was coming
Yes.
from.
Balance.
Not, I believe all artists
See?
should be paid.
And Kevin, you want to say anything about that?
Yeah,
Because
man.
you are a connoisseur and a supporter of poetry.
Well, seriously, I do believe that poets should be paid, and from them time there, if it's even a small, if it's even taxi fare,
Aye.
yeah, man, poets have to get paid.
Gotcha.
You see,
Yeah.
I'm available for management.
That's out there. Anybody got that? All right.
Available for management.
So Chantal,
More,
Chantal, you there?
Who you gonna manage?
Anybody who wants a manager.
proper
poet?
management. Proper
Maybe a
management.
I'm here, man. I would
Yeah.
welcome the management.
May I say, but you know what me I do now? Me I do a shameless plug. Me come to your defense. Me stand up good. Me stand up good in the defense position.
Yes, give thanks. I am here for the management, so make the connection.
Yeah.
Yes.
Balance Princess. And of course, our guest poet, Chantal Laws, the potent voice making waves in the industry right now. And we're going to now move into the next segment. Chantal, you're here with us, because you want you pick them brain too, you know, because like how them want to pick your brain. Want them pick your brain. You want you pick them brain, you know. Right?
All right.
So our next section is live lifestyles. A discussion of food, fashion, art, spirituality, literacy, and the resources and development of the Caribbean music genres. Lifestyles, you know. And today's guest, Kevin Wallin, leader of SET, motivational speaker and transformational coach. Right? This brethren is a supporter, a strength, a reliable resource in various fields. And may I say, Mala, author. You know? So we're going to go into a bit of this. Welcome, Kevin Wallin.
Yeah, man, greetings,
Give
blessings.
thanks, my general. And
Yeah, man.
of course, but first time I was meeting you, me a young budding poet them time there under the tree of life. But
Yes.
a man called CH the Owl, big up yourself,
Yeah, man.
brought us to, you know, bless Constant Spring Road right across right there, so.
Yes.
Right?
The gas station.
Yeah, right. And you were hosting poetry events and bringing again opportunity for ones like myself to be heard and giving me a platform. Them time I not even know
Yeah.
the ropes and the ins and outs.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And from that time you were giving opportunity to young ones like myself. Welcome.
Much
Honor for
respect.
the eye.
Yeah, man,
See.
blessings, man. It's a
And
pleasure.
of course, Mr. Say,
Pleasure.
the development of the youth
Yes.
is an issue that is dear to you.
It is.
Yeah. Talk about
Yeah.
that a little bit.
Well, I want to tell you, so I left Jamaica when I was 15 years old, and I went to Canada to live. But prior to leaving Jamaica, I had a rough life here, man. When I was leaving,
I took a little breeze in the bio and
yeah.
it took me by surprise a few things that I
Yeah.
saw there. Yeah.
So on my way out, as I was walking to the plane, I remember them say, if you throw a stone behind you, never have to go back to where you don't want to go back to, you know? So I remember when I was walking to the plane, I had 3 stones in my pocket, and as soon as I got to the steps, I just closed my eyes and I threw the stone in behind me, hoping that I would never have to come back to Jamaica.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Because it was just rough, so I just wanted to put Jamaica behind me.
Yeah. Dropping out of school at 11.
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that?
So my mom went to Canada when I was really young. She went to Canada when I was like 3 months old. My dad I met when I was like 35. I grew up with my grandmother and my auntie them.
Your dad you met at what age?
35.
Okay. The woman them
Yeah.
give thanks.
Yeah.
You know, the grandmother
So,
raised it then.
I grew up with my grandmother and my aunties.
A granny boy this.
Yeah, man.
You know, him love the
And so,
love and manners to the granny.
yeah,
boy.
so it was nice and it was rough in its own way as well, you
Yeah.
know. So coming through all of that, by the time I got to Canada, by the time we got to Kingston, because we lived in Trelawney first. And it
Yeah.
was easier in Trelawney. You just go run up and down on a farm, you pick two
Yeah.
fruits and you cook
Whole
up
heap of
and
land
pan.
space.
And food there.
Yeah.
You can pick fruit, you can find
Yeah.
food to eat, to cook and run both and them things. But when we got to Kingston, that's when I realized that life was rough.
Yes, sir.
Because the money wasn't there and you couldn't just get something from a farm or
And
whatever.
what area were you living at that time?
When I came to Kingston,
Yeah.
I lived in Stadium Gardens.
All right, balance.
And so Stadium Gardens was where that's now, it's a
Working class.
working class community.
Yeah.
But in my house, we had no lights, we had no running water, we had barely ever had anything to eat, kind of
Aye.
vibration. It was just rough. So the entire community knew, and so they kind of looked down on us. And then they used to call with the Lat 40 boys. They never even call us by
Lot
name.
40 boys.
Yeah, because we just live a Lat 40 and there was a
That
whole
is
heap of
it.
us. So it was a house that was built for like a family of 4. And there were 14 of us living in it.
Aye.
You know, there were 2 rooms, one in the front, one in the back. The women lived in the front room. We lived in the back room. And on one single bed or one double bed, it was like 7 of us.
Talk about
You
it.
know what I mean? I said, so it was rough coming up. So by the time our money come from foreign, my mother would have sent some money or whatever, it had to go into feeding all those mouths in that house. And so whenever it is that somebody would have get all a day's work and them go out, it have to feed everybody in the house.
Yes.
And when somebody collect money for them children, what you call it, baby father
Yeah.
give money or whatever, it have
That
to
have
feed
split for
everybody. in
everybody.
the house.
That have
So
split
it was
10
kind-
way.
Yeah, man. So it was just kind of a rough vibration. So you find that going to school and finding the school, the bus fare and the lunch money was a thing. So we'd go school for 1 week and don't go back. You'd go for a month and you don't go back for another 3, 4, 5 weeks. And then we just kind of stopped. So at age 11, I just roam the community, me sell buckle, wash car, cut people on, run errands to people, whatever. So we just became
Industrial
like, you know them
still.
you that just kind of run the community
Yeah,
and do
man.
things with people.
Industrial.
Yes. So I always have to hustle because if we never hustle, we wouldn't eat.
That is it.
You know what I mean? If we never hustle, I remember like Panala weekend is when my stepfather, my cousin father,
Yeah.
would have sent on something. That's
Yeah.
when some food that I cook and that's when
That
we
is
eat
it.
up a thing. So there were different kind of activity coming up. So by the time I went to Canada to live, I had been out of school, you would have said 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, so
11 to
4
15.
important years.
Yeah, man. 11 to 15 or 4 years. that
Yeah.
man.
And so by the time I get in Canada, Virgin, I tell you, by the time I got there, I went back to school, I peer trouble me get.
Say it.
So in no time at all, me up on the bad list and I start par with the whole like gangster them in the school, especially
Aye.
Jamaican gangsters them.
Okay.
And I realized that every time I went to a class.
And this is the Worcester Westwood,
Westwood
Secondary
Secondary,
School.
yeah.
And they call it university though. It was this
No, that was Westwood Secondary School.
secondary. Okay.
Yeah. So when I went to class, and the teacher would call me up to read something or to
Yeah.
ask me to do a math equation. I haven't been in school all these years. I have no idea. And so the whole of the youth, them would just kind of laugh. You know, them kind of at that age, nervous
Understand,
laughing.
Yeah.
So everybody would just kind of laugh, and I felt that they were laughing at me all the time. So me just, every time the teacher asked me something, me had to back somebody in them head back, me fling something and lick somebody, but me do something to get kicked out of this class.
Retaliation. Aye,
Just to
aye.
get kicked out of the class,
Yeah.
because so I wouldn't have to get the embarrassment, you know.
Okay.
And so at that, I just started to become like a troublemaker in the school. You know, me get a reputation, and then one day I got suspended from school. And when I got suspended from school, I went home. And it was a Monday when I went home. And my mother is never, ever home during the day because she's working 2-3 jobs all the time. And my mom came through the door.
Yeah.
And she saw me sitting there watching soap operas. And she goes, Kevin, why you home? And I said, well, Mom, I got suspended. She goes, you did what? I said, I got suspended. She goes, well, why did you get suspended? And I told her some idiot story. And she goes, they can't suspend you for that. And she went up to the school to talk to the principal, and the principal called her door that told her the hell that I caused in the school. Yeah.
Yeah.
Told her the actual story, and then my mom came back home. And when she came back home, I'm sitting there, and she stood over me and she said, you know what? You're starting to turn into a loser, and I have no room for losers in my life. At this point in time, I don't know where that I come from.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know what they would have told her at the school, but she just came hard. And when she said, it's just like it licked me. And she goes, when you were living in Jamaica, you used to call me, collect every day, run up my phone bill, talk about how they might treat you at Jamaica, whole life rough, all things tough. And you have a chance to come to Canada, and all you have to do is go to school. You don't have to buy clothes, you don't have to pay rent, you don't have to do nothing but go to school. And this is how you're going to use the opportunity there. She said, I don't want you in my life. You're a loser. I'm say my ball. I'm saying
that had an impact.
Yeah, man, it changed. It was a life-changing moment. So as I'm sitting there bawling and thing, and I thought she would ease up, She goes, as a matter of fact, days that you're suspended, I don't want you in my house. I don't want you in here. And I said, but Mom, what am I going to do? She goes, you can sleep here at night, but during the daytime, you're not in this house watching no soap opera. Get out. I'm going to go out and work at this place part-time in the evenings. And so I asked them, could I work there full-time for the days that I was suspended? And they said, yes. And I worked for those days. I don't know, something just kind of registered on me because I was just lifting boxes all day, Bridget, for 8 hours. A load truck.
Yeah.
I said, but if I don't get my education, if I don't do whatever at school, if I don't do something different,
yeah,
this is what my life I going to look like. So by the time I go back at school, I decide I'm going to change some things. And that's when I started to wrestle. That's when I met my wrestling coach who became my mentor and my first real male influence that I consider was a real positive influence.
So it's a wrestling. How did you get involved in that?
Well, it was after the suspension when I went back to school. I used to hang out with my friends after school and go look girls and go cause all kind of trouble in at the mall and all that kind of stuff. And that's usually when we get in trouble. So I decided that I wanted to do something that would keep me away from, that would keep me busy during those times. So I started wrestling. And during the lunchtime, I was up with my coach, lifting weights, training with some of the other wrestlers. And then at the end of school every day, I only had a half an hour to get myself together before I had to be in practice. So I didn't have a lot of loose time anymore.
Yeah.
And that kind of helped to change how it is that things turned out.
And of course, that started to introduce a bit of discipline.
Lots of discipline.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of discipline because every day I had to be in practice at a certain time. And at the same time, too, my coach's thing was that if you weren't getting passing grades, you couldn't wrestle.
Okay.
I mean, he would let you come to practice and do all that kind of stuff, but he wouldn't take you to tournaments. He wouldn't let you compete, that kind of stuff. And if you're doing really bad, he wouldn't let you wrestle any at all.
And that kind of incentivizing gave you a...
It did. Because for me, I thought that he was everything that I wanted to be as a man. He was just like a respectable dude that I would watch kids.
Him gave that impression.
I would watch everybody gravitate to him. It's like kids would come to school early just to go to his department to heal him up, and teachers would do the same. And I would just kind of watch his behavior, and I wanted to be like him, so I kind of copied some of the discipline. So when him tell me if I go class, I never even think twice about it. And so there's a lot of things that I would not have done for myself at the time that I did because, I knew it would please him.
Yes.
It ended up being what it is that was in my best interest as well, but in the initial stages. So I really needed a mentor at the time. I needed, someone I could believe in or someone that would believe in me. And so, he played a solid role in my life.
Because today you do a lot of what you call mentorship and stuff of that nature.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I can't not do the work that I do because of what was poured into me.
This is what I'm getting. This is the point of what I'm getting from you. This type of molding. This moving from where Tupac would have called the rose growing from the concrete.
Yes.
Recognizing that the petals, even though it bent,
it
is there capturing the sun still. It is. And of course, even as crooked as it is something that is beautiful and is defiant, and it's turning around a story and making something successful of it.
It is.
Right? You now do work with Seth. Tell us about that.
So it's one of the things. So when I came back to Jamaica, I wanted to figure a way to give back.
ISIS.
I actually started out just going to schools and doing graduations and talking to kids and, you know, that kind of stuff. And so that kind of led to, how do you say, that kind of led to a bunch of different things. So
I'm listening. I'm listening.
there's a brethren, Reuben Hurricane Carter.
Yeah.
Boxer.
Yes.
From back in the day, really good guy.
Yes.
So he had spent 20 odd years of his life in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So he and I became really good friends, and so we did a lot of work. We traveled.
And how did that occur? How did you meet Reuben Carter?
Well, a teacher from my high school had written a book called Towards Freedom, the African Canadian Experience, and he had featured Reuben Carter in the book.
Okay.
And so I went to him at this time I was in university.
Yes.
I went to him and I said, I'd love to meet this hurricane guy. Is that possible? And he said, yeah, I'll introduce you to Reuben.
Yes.
So one Saturday, I jumped in his car and we drove down to Reuben's house in downtown Toronto. I remember walking up to his door and, you know, Mr. Ken Alexander said, Reuben, there's this one of my students from the school. He's kind of like a little revolutionary kind of kid, and he really wants to meet you. So I wanted him to make the introduction. So Reuben, Kevin, Reuben. And he says, my brother. And he reached out and he hugged me. And then he and I just kind of went off to the backyard. And we sat there. And everybody else was sad because there's a lot going on at the time. The movie with Denzel Washington was being filmed. So there's a lot of movement, a lot of people in the house, lots of agents, lots of stuff going on. And he and I just went, and of course, the stuff about the book that Ken was there to do. And he and I just went into the backyard and we spoke.
And this is the movie about Reuben.
This is the movie about Reuben called The Hurricane.
Yes.
And so we sat in the backyard for maybe around 2.5 hours, and we just talked forever. It was when Mr. Alexander decided that he really had to go, and he was my ride. You know, that's when we decided to leave. But then we became really good friends because he would say to me all the time that there's a lot of spaces that he would go to speak, and whenever it is that he would go to speak, they would just want to hear a certain part of his story.
Yes.
They would want to hear about when he first went to prison and when he was angry and when he was fighting and when he was this and when he was that. And he says, Kevin, there's something that I found in the prison.
Yeah.
That and that's what I want to share. I want to share that with people. But the audiences don't have the time for it.
I can
they
relate.
have the time for like
I can relate.
this. And so I was the beneficiary
Yes.
of a lot of that. I'm telling you, one night we traveled from Jamaica to Harvard. We did some presentations at Harvard. Then we traveled back to Toronto, and it was myself and there's another lawyer brethren of mine from Jamaica. And we stayed at Reuben's house. And one night we were there, and Reuben had written a book called The Way of the One-Eyed Man. And he decided that he wanted to read that book to us. Yeah. And so I remember it was a crazy night, Reggie. It was a crazy, crazy night. I remember I sat there. We sat in he's sitting in like a barber chair. He lives in a 3-story house in downtown Toronto. So he sits in a barber chair on the top floor. And we're sitting like on a couple of couches or whatever to the side. And he starts reading. And the man read for the whole night, brethren. I slept, I wake up, me get up, go bathroom, come back. And the man is just there reading, and he read the entire book. He read from maybe around 10 o'clock the night until maybe around, I would say around 11:30, 12 o'clock the next day. Straight, he never got up, he never moved. Different kind of being. Yeah. Different kind of being. And so it was one of the things I appreciated about the relationship with him too, is because every now and then, whenever it is that he would remember something that was inspiring to him that he read, he would literally call me down to his house and sit me in his trophy room and just read to me. Yeah. And so there's this thing that I've made a CD quite a few years ago, and the main track on it was a piece called I'll Greet This Day With Love. And it was from a book that he read to me
Yeah.
Many years ago, and I made a commitment to myself that I was going to share it with as many people as possible. And so I recorded it, and I have not recorded anything like that ever since. But yeah, man, it's a vibe.
Yeah.
So
we need a copy of that recording, man.
yeah, man, I'll make sure that you get a copy.
Definitely.
As a matter of fact, they use it. It's what opens up Sun City FM every morning at 6 o'clock.
So what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
that is it.
And it's been
That
opening
is
up
it.
Sun City every morning at 6 o'clock. Maybe not since inception of Sun
Yeah,
City, but
but-
not far after.
All right.
Mama B and I were like bona
Good,
fide
all
brethren.
right,
You know
that's
what I
it.
say?
Yeah.
And she, Mama B.
Mama B.
No, man,
That is
Mama
it.
B is, yeah.
True.
Yeah, man.
Aye,
Yeah,
aye.
man. Family.
Yes, sir.
Seeing.
Yeah. And tell him now, set. What is set?
So set students expressing truth. So I brought Ruben to Jamaica to do a series of presentations because I wanted Jamaica to hear him and feel him as much as I did. And so we're doing a presentation at the Courtly Hotel. And I'm on the radio with Michael Anthony Cuff doing some promos about the event. And I get a call from this woman, Louise Fraser Bennett.
Aye.
Kevin want some tickets. And she wanted tickets to come to the event. And so I thought she just wanted a couple of tickets. But then she wanted 30-something tickets because she wanted to bring inmates and officers and all kind of things.
Louise Fraser Bennett.
Bounty Killer manager,
All right.
Ninja Man them manager back in the day,
All
Shabba
right.
manager
Talk
back in the
about
day.
it.
Like Louise Fraser Bennett.
Yeah.
A special kind of being.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she called me and she roughed me up and things. So I went to Ruben and I asked him, I said, Brethren, you know, he said, Kevin, what those people want? And I said, they want a whole heap of tickets to come to the event. He goes like, so what? And I said, well, they say that they're bringing inmates and this and that. He goes, let them come, Kev, let them come.
Yeah.
And so he decided
But
to
we
pay.
hear the part there.
Yeah. He decided to pay for the tickets. So a whole heap of them came.
Yeah.
And while the event was going on, one of the brethren them got up and he had a conversation back and forth with Ruben. And he's saying, I'm innocent and I'm this, and he's just being very angry. And Ruben just calmed him down, and Ruben said, look, brother, the only thing they got right now is your body, but the way that you're behaving, it looks to me like you're about to give them your mind. He says, don't give that to them. That's the only thing you got. And they had this conversation back and forth, and it just made me feel like I wanted to make a difference because Ruben, the difference with Ruben is that he was locked up, and it was a bunch of Canadians that accidentally bumped into his case.
Yes.
There was a young youth, Lesra Martin, that was adopted by some Canadians. And they figured that he was doing well in his class in Brooklyn, but when they brought him to Canada, they realized that this kid couldn't read and he was struggling.
Okay.
So a part of what it is that they were doing with him, taking him to book fairs and different things like that. So they took him to a book fair down at, I think it was University of Toronto. And while there, he saw this book for 25 cents. And it was the 16th round.
Yeah.
And it was the autobiography of Reuben Hurricane Carter.
That
He
is
wrote it while he was in prison, most of it while he was in solitary confinement. And so the kid read the book and he was just fascinated. He came back to the people who adopted him, these white folks, and he
Yes.
says, look, we got to go get this guy. And they go, what do you mean you got to go get this guy? And he says, well, he's innocent. And he says, well, you know, a lot of people who are in prison say they're innocent. And he said, no, this guy's innocent. And he forced them to read the book.
Yeah.
And when they read the book, read the book, they started to question something.
certain things, right?
And so because of they lived in a commune and they were all kind of different people, lawyers and different. So they actually started to look into his case, and to the point where they actually moved down to New Jersey to live close to the prison so they can work with him on his case. And
They moved to New Jersey.
they moved to New Jersey. And so it's an amazing story.
He was so inspiring.
Incredibly inspiring. So they were moved.
And I had the pleasure of meeting him through you, actually.
Okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
man, actually.
Yes.
The
That's what it
same
was.
Texaco. Yeah, man, for real, man.
Yeah, man,
From
but
those
just that,
times.
man.
Yeah, man.
See.
Yeah.
Saying so when they moved to Canada to get him, to the US to work with him. And then when he was finished, one of the women from the commune married him so that they could bring him to Canada.
Yeah.
And so they brought him to Canada, and that's where he lived until he passed. And
Okay.
that's what was I going with that story?
We were talking about Seth and the
Yeah, so I
Impact.
brought him here, and so when it is that, I saw the interaction with him and that the inmate, they invited me to the institution to take a look.
Yes.
And when I went to the prisons and I saw what I saw, Bridget, it was amazing. I remember going to South Camp. Yeah, it was not too bad.
Yeah.
I remember going to Spanish Town. I went to Spanish Town before I went to GP. And when I was leaving Spanish Town, something just sent cold chills all up my spine because I just hear dung, 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 dung. And the rattling of the grill. And one time I look back and I turn and I look, it was like 2 stories of grown, well, able-bodied men. Just trapped behind bars and there's nowhere for them to go. There's limited things for them to do.
Tension.
It was just like a
Intense.
warehousing. And it was just like, I said, boy,
Dark.
Brooding.
Brooding.
Bridget, I said, what me can do? And I couldn't even think of what it is that I could do to even make a dent in anything in there. So anyhow, so we went to General Penitentiary in 2000, and I remember this like it was yesterday. We went to the General Penitentiary and there was a concert, and it was sponsored and supported by Harvard. So there's a whole bunch of Harvard
Your
people
effort
around.
was sponsored, or the
No,
concert was
I was
the
involved in the
concert.
prison at the time. The
Okay, the
concert
concert
was sponsored by Harvard.
Okay. Yes.
And so they invited me to host it because I think I just started to visit after the Rubin introduction.
Okay, yes.
So they invited me and asked me to host this concert. And so as I'm hosting this concert, Brethren, there's a youth that went up to sing, a new youth named Serrano Walker. And the man sing a song named Mama. Mama, she want me, I may never take heed. But he sang it with like a soulful jazz kind of deep from your soul, from your tour, regret and all kind of different thing. And it was felt. And when I saw that, brethren, I said that I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to set some things up in this prison that will give him access, so he can express that by faith. And so that is what really got me to the point where I said, I got to do something in the prison outside of just visit and talk every once in a while. So then I was already in South Camp, so I decided I wanted to just kind of seal up South Camp and then move out of this. So I went to South Camp and I asked the superintendent if I could refurbish a library. And he said yes. So I refurbished the library. I put in 6 computers. I put in them tiny computer them there Jamaica.
Yeah, we know, man.
They just are coming.
Yeah.
Just I get popular. So I set up this computer lab with these computers, put in a radio station, a radio that they could listen to jazz and classical music and all that kind of stuff. Them want to listen to the midday news and them kind of thing there too.
Yeah.
And then set up a air conditioned unit. So this lab just became a place, and I realized that these guys would gravitate to the computer thing because a lot of them, whereas them wouldn't just willingly come out and go to a class and spell words out loud and get them wrong and feel the embarrassment, but they would put on a headset and then I play the little kids game, read a rabbit, and some little kids game I teach them how to spell and how to add and all of these things, and I saw them just light up.
Yeah.
I'm so wow. So we decided that we're gonna figure out how it is that we're gonna structure the program so that even when we didn't come in, the programs would still run.
Okay.
So then we form a group.
Sustainability.
Yeah. So then we form a group within the prison. We had a president. We had 2 vice presidents. We have 8 directors. And the directors were responsible for the things that were going on in the prison. Like a director of education, a director of sports and culture, personal growth and development. Those kind of things. Membership, looking out for the members of the group kind of thing. And so we realized that was a positive thing. So I would go in on a Sunday to have development meetings with them, set the tone for the week. Yes. And then every Sunday I go back and then give me the minutes what happened. It was a beautiful vibe.
Okay.
So once we had that structure, we decided to move it to Fort Augusta.
Okay.
And we did the same thing. We built a computer lab at Fort Augusta, furnished it with computers, got the group set up, president, vice president, same kind of structure. And so they could now take care of the needs of the institution. And then we moved down to General Penitentiary. When we got to General Penitentiary now, it was a little bit different because General Penitentiary run different. When we got there, a whole heap of things you hear about, whole heap of stab up, whole heap of violence, whole heap of ray. So we asked the superintendent if we could meet with who him consider to be the leaders,
yes,
the influencers in the prison. And he said, boy, Kevin, not every one of them are reasonable. So I say, whoever it is that you can get to us, because I would like to do this program, but if the younger youth, them are going to have a chance to participate in the program, the way I'd like for them to participate, I would love for them to have the blessings of the so-called leaders in the institution. I just want them to, I want them to support the program so that the youth them can have access. And then I asked, yes, so they gave me a room. I spoke with the gentleman. The gentlemen, they were all in favor of what it is that I was doing and said them would have back it at all costs. Some of them themselves actually decided that they wanted to be in a part of the program.
The correctional officers.
No, I'm talking about the gangs. I mean the inmates themselves.
These are the inmates.
These are the inmates. So as it relates to the officers, the superintendent says, okay, fine, this is what you're doing. These are the officers that I think you're going to need to support you in that process.
Yes.
And he provides me with a team there.
Good.
But from the inmate now, me have to get buy-in different.
Naturally.
Yeah, man. So the buy-in have a difference. So you have to explain to them and kind of show them. And so even though they might not be direct beneficiaries of the program, them can see how it is that it help out the youths them, and a lot of them still do want what is best for the youths them. But prison is prison, you know what I mean? So when we started the program at Tower Street, we decided that we're gonna build a computer lab, a recording studio, and a radio station. And so the radio station, the idea of the computer lab is that we could do a lot of things in the computer lab, and while we're teaching and doing all that kind of stuff, we only have access to the youths them in the room. Yes. So we wanted to do something that would expand that reach. Yeah. And so having a low power FM station within the prison, what that does is that it gives people, if you could just get a transistor radio, a little cheap radio, you could tune it into the low power FM station, and then we could broadcast what we're doing in the small spaces so that the wider institution.
So you came up with that idea?
Absolutely, yes. So that was our initiative. And so not only did we come up with the idea, but we actually went to the institution, we set up the radio station, we launched the radio station. I personally wrote the manual for the radio station, trained the inmates on how it is to do their different programs, created all these different programs. So one of the programs that we created was a program called Beyond Boundaries. And it was just taking a look at spirituality, taking a look at religion, taking a look at all the things that sometimes separate us, and then also taking a look at the fine lines, you know, that bind us together kind of thing. And so I wanted Serrano Walker to host the program. And as an inmate, I also wanted him to have the kind of resources that would make him able to keep the program fresh.
Yes.
So there was a woman on the outside, Carla Golata.
Carla Golata.
She runs the Stand Up for Jamaica foundation. So I introduced her to an institution as someone that I felt could assist, because she was a diplomat. She was a human rights, individual, activist. Yeah. So I thought she would be great for the program. So then once she came, and I started to realize that, she has access to resources. She can help with the program in many different ways. So we started to kind of introduce her into the program. But around the time when we completed our project, I started to have some difficulties with the institution. Superintendent started to get on my nerves about how the program was run. The whole idea that it was inmate-run program, they started to get a little jittery because
too much access to the
technology. There was like a whole bunch of different things, and so they were having concerns. In my view, I thought we answered all the necessary questions. So, but at the same time, I just couldn't get through to him in terms of trying to get him to see.
I might make an assumption, although assumptions make an ass of us. Yeah. I'm going to go forward with that. Maybe what it was is also seeing the inmates have a type of access to, not say necessarily cutting edge, but facilitating skill sets that go beyond some of these officers themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Because, running a program takes a certain type of skill set and organization where they might find threatening, you know?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say two things about that because in my I don't want to necessarily say ego because I didn't go in there with an egotistic mentality,
Yeah.
but at the same time, sometimes you just can't avoid it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Sometimes it shows up in different ways. So maybe my ego showed up too because when I went into the institution, I was tunnel visioned.
Yeah.
I had good intentions, but I don't mean that I didn't. I had the best. I
But
did
tunnel
everything
vision can be a
perfectly.
good thing too.
So I was like this, and I didn't see anything, but I saw the inmates. They needed help. They were coming back out on the street. They were not being rehabilitated. They needed programs. They needed this. So in my mind, I just needed to go and set up things for the inmates. I would hear little rumors, little mourning every now and then. The officers would say, boy, the staff room, this and them not have no that round there.
That's what I'm
them
saying.
this
So
and
these things
AC.
are facilities that
Yeah.
inmates and they know there's a
Right.
prejudice.
So AC unit in the inmates in place and them have this. So they would say little things and I didn't pay much attention to it. And so a lot of the times too is that when I went into the institution and I had all these grand ideas to do these things, they had to find officers who had to add that to their job description.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I didn't even look at that neither because me just I look on the fact say me I help out.
Yeah.
And me I wonder when the officer say, boy, Kevin, give me something now. Me I figure say, boy, me I try help the inmate them.
Yeah.
You done a work already. What me I
No,
give you money?
but according to them now, you have it.
According to them, I had it, and at the same time, there were times when I feel like I could have been a little bit more understanding, but where I was at the time,
Naturally.
I
There's
wasn't
there's
even
been
looking in their direction. My job, my idea was just like, me just go in and me just go do something for the inmate them. And the officer, them supposed to know. So when the officer, and I mean, some of them, it was crazy, the demands or the
Naturally.
ask. Some my man want, a bonnet for him car. Me not own the auto parts place. Man, I come and tell me, say, I want 300 black because I build up a little place road I back. And, cement.
And then the thing is,
Man
that
want windshield.
it's in the
car.
space, and it's in the space of these are persons locked up who are taking away their privileges.
Right.
And so for you to be granting them things that them seem facilities of privilege.
Yes.
These
Yes.
things now becomes, hey, then if you're going to get these privileges, me have to come give you the channel.
Yes.
And me have the channel for it, so you need to pay attention to the channel.
Yeah.
So
it was an interesting time, interesting dynamic. But we were able to get some good work done. I think, unfortunately, what sometimes happens is that you will have a lot of this work. So let me just kind of bring this to the
plateau.
A plateau kind of vibe. So imagine we've now built the computer lab at Tower Street, South Camp, Fort Augusta, radio station, radio network, everything up. Everything is bubbling. Every time somebody go GP, ministers, this, that, big presentation and care everybody go down at the lab and they're showcasing all the things that we built. The day of the launch of all of this, my team and I were in there like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Outsiders are not supposed to be in the prison pass.
At that time, no.
So 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, we're in there building up, trying to make sure that everything is finished and ready for the launch. You see, when time we run out, get a 1 hour sleep and come back down for the launch, everybody else, everybody was there. UNESCO was there, CEDA was there, Harvard was there, all of these diplomats, all of these people from all these different Senate this and Senator that, and all of these people were there. And I came in, and from an idea that we brought from an idea to the point where all of these folks were there to watch this thing be launched.
Materialize,
and the
manifest.
stuff that we went through, they on ground with spatula, scrape up muck off a ground. We weren't, they didn't acknowledge us. We didn't have a place to sit. It was incredible when we came. So I'm sitting there and I'm, even though I have
the working
my
team,
team, including myself,
was
none of us
sidelined.
were completely sidelined, and everybody, it was all about UNESCO, it was all about. So I went to UNESCO, and they gave us funds for the equipment.
Naturally.
CEDA gave us funds for.
And these are stakeholders,
the
of course. These
Yes.
are, of course,
and they're important
stakeholders.
stakeholders. But here's the thing, right? I remember after building and putting this thing together, I remember, when was it? I remember the day of the launch, the big whatever had just been done. And so Seth is the name of my group. And
Yes.
Seth is what I've used to do everything that I've done in all the different prisons.
Yes.
And we, trust me when I say from start to finish, we orchestrated and did all these different things. The day of the launch, this guy, Alton Grizzle from UNESCO, I don't know where he is now. The man came in and he saw the thing, he said, Set FM on top of the radio station.
Yes.
I don't like that. Take it down. And the superintendent, right away, the man just jump up and take tape over the SET. And then all of a sudden, it's just like they're chasing and they're trying to find a name for this thing. And I'm saying, like, why you trying to find a name for this thing? We created it. It was our concept. We built. Well, the prison have to agree because it's this and it's that. And so they just made it a wide thing and say, okay, fine, just completely cut out Set. And then just go up on a competition thing and find another name and gave the radio station another name. So when you go to GP now, you walk down to this area that they still showcase as their main area. But there's absolutely nothing that says anything that makes you think that I was even in there, let alone know that we were the ones that created all of that. 20 years or 15 years ago, and it is still running now.
Yeah.
And it's, no, it's more than that. 2000, 2008.
25 years.
So it's been a bit. So my vibration and a part of what got me digging deeper and taking a closer look at us as a people and at our history. One love. I look at the amount of work, the amount of groundwork that it took to actually build everything that we built in the prisons. There was a time that when you hear rehabilitation, restorative justice, even before restorative justice was a word in Jamaica.
Before it was a word.
A Kevin Wallen
I can attest to that.
A them thing that you hear about.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden, I am no longer in the prisons. Mr. run our program pan roots dedicated. There's a whole heap of prison work going on.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you don't hear nothing about Kevin Wallen anymore. The prison program, everything just kind of boom. And some people say, well, how did that happen? And what really go on? And so here's what I'll say, is that there's a prison documentary called Songs of Redemption.
Okay.
And Songs of Redemption features the work coming out of the General Penitentiary. And Songs of Redemption was done in honor of Carla Golata and her humanitarian work. And everything that they showcased was the work that we did in that prison. And I was the one that introduced her to the program. So pretty much, I say it, and sometimes people say, boy, Kevin, but it's like a Christopher Columbus kind of vibration.
Yeah.
This thing was built, and they just came and slapped a label on it. They made a documentary
Call it
about it. The
branding.
documentary win all kind of accolades.
Yes.
But take a look. While the documentary is doing all of these different things, where has the program gone? What has happened to the program? So they just came and they took the essence of the program, put it in that documentary, and went and sold it and left the rest of the program to rot, to die. It's incredible. So when I look at it and I hear people say, boy, when it was first happening, and I made some noise about it, people say, boy, Kevin, people are going to say that this is the best thing that has ever come out of a Jamaican prison, out of the Jamaican prison system, and somebody is fighting against, and you, the man who fight more for Jamaican prisoners than anybody, you're going to stop this opportunity and the music and the music program and the opportunity that these guys are going to get. You're going to stop all of that. And I'm just like, and so I decided, okay, fine. And then this woman, Annie Paul found me. And Annie Paul says, boy, Kevin, I watched a documentary and I spoke to Professor Nesson, and something don't feel so right, And she goes, I want to hear the other side. And so she decided to do something called Songs of Redemption, the backstory. And you can go look it up. So the blog is there right now. It has probably 1 million hits.
Yes.
And so it really speaks to everything that I just told you.
Yes.
You know,
And the
from the
efforts that
perspective,
would
and
put
just
in.
all the different interviews and all different people that they would have spoken to, and with the initial stages when the producers came in and they started lying, talking about they didn't know where I was, they didn't know anything about me and blah blah. It was just like a whole. But all I'm saying is just like Italian lady, Spanish guy, went into the institution, saw something, slapped their label on it, and then the energy, the trajectory that we were on.
Yes.
We shifted when we went into GP, me I talk about this nastiness.
I can.
But then after a while,
understand.
we started to do simple things like black competition with the man that just clean up them section, and that was a competition.
That was a competition.
And you should have seen the joy in them.
Yeah.
Not even when them win, but when them look and see what them section,
Just the-
how people
okay, the
compliment them when the
improvement.
superintendent come through and walk and take off all them shoes and say, wait. That made them feel so good. So we were on a different level in terms of shifting the energy of the institution. So when they came in with all of the fancy stuff, we're going to record and we're going to do music and we're going to sell music all over the world and we're going to do
promises,
documentary and
political
promote
promises.
and this and that. And I'm saying just like, okay, slow it down a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of this highfalutin stuff, all of the mystical stuff, the real work. You know what I mean? I say, where's the Black Star Line?
That is it.
And where, you know, where are the things that we're saying that we're going
Development that is
to,
happening.
the
What is the
development.
impact on the youth and the inmates
Not
themselves?
just the fluff.
Yeah, the inmates' impact.
I don't want you to just put the culture out on the road and make the culture look bigger and culture look pretty. I want us to own it. I want us to own something. And that's what it is that we're trying to do. So when it is that I start to talk about it, my vibe wasn't just to try to say, me, and I did. I wanted this to show that a regular Jamaican youth, you know what I mean? A whole heap of work we do at Jamaica.
Yeah.
So imagine a documentary that shows a regular Jamaican youth, a regular youth who don't have no whole heap of money or nothing, who battle with him family, go through a whole heap of different things with all kind of naysayers,
Yes.
just to do what he's doing for Jamaica.
Yes.
We want to show that to the average youth so that is how we're going to
Becomes
shift things.
inspirational
That's
to the
better.
youth. And also it becomes somewhat of a blueprint. That
Brethren.
there are steps that can be followed.
Yes. That's how we change things. That's how we change it. We come with vision and we just use vision and we shift things.
So where is set right now? And what is set doing? Because I'm seeing at the CDCs, I'm seeing at the communities now. With students, I see in the schools now.
Yeah, well, set is transitioned into the One Love Rebellion.
One Love Rebellion.
One Love Rebellion.
I rebels them there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And so the One Love Rebellion is really just that. We just are going and we just are rebel. You know, we are love no matter what, and we are going to love those who feel like, you know, them not deserve love, or people feel like them not deserve love. You know, we have a different kind of movement going on right now where we're taking it to the streets. We're taking it to every angle. Just to spread that message. Yeah, man.
So, as I said, I've seen you in the schools. What are some of the schools that I see you dealing with, and what are some of the programs in the schools?
You know, I have a mentorship program that I talk to the youths, and then I have a mentorship program that I talk to fathers, you know, and because my vibration is, I've switched the energy towards, I want men to understand the importance of the relationship with their children, and I think that connection will sometimes lead them to a better connection with their partners. I think what it is that you will do, what it is that you will tolerate, how it is that you will allow yourself to grow for your youth, you may not have the patience to do it for your partner. But if it is that you do it for your youth, and you start to really pay attention, you could see how it is that that same energy could be transferred. You know what I mean?
And with even that that type of segue, we want to know what Chantal would I want to pick your brain with. Chantal, you there?
Yeah, man, I am here.
That's
The
right.
phone was dying a little bit, so I have to
And you man, encourage the partners, the king man them to step up in the partnership here. So, you know, as a female, you know, would I love you address him and see where he might come with.
Boy, you know, me have some very interesting and unique takes on that kind of thing. Of course, the man them supposed to support the women, and balance is very, I'm a Libran and laws is my last name. So balance is very fundamental to my existence, you know. But it too often, it's so funny. Last night, I write one piece, so I say every ghetto youth want to get a youth, so the girl didn't sin would have leave him. And it is just so, you know, it's ideal for us to have that balance and have the masculine supporting the feminine, but it is not common. You get me? It is not something that we see happening as often as we should. And boy, the man them, you know, we need some more strength, but we give thanks for ones like yourself who can come forward and share these thoughts in this kind of way, supporting the balance of the feminine.
And then, of course, in terms of helping to mold, as him saying, having a mentorship program.
Right.
You know,
Right. So,
in terms of helping to mold masculine minds.
yeah, man, it's needed. It's necessary. As I know, social work, as I said, social work is my thing. You know, is what we do, and we see where the breakdown of the masculine today happens from the breakdown of the boy yesterday. You know, so you're playing your part in molding the mind of the masculine boy right now is very, very important, and full honor and salute to you for doing so, because you are going to be changing a generation. You know, we give thanks.
No, respect. I think we don't pay a lot of attention to what it is that we have to do as a people to shift the narrative in terms of how it is that our youths them are showing up. So a lot of the time the youths them are show up, and it's just like if them show up a way that we don't appreciate, the negative energy that we push towards them make them even show up that way even more, because it kind of pushes them away. So we have to figure out how it is that we can shift the narrative. When I remember when I was a younger youth, how it is that our parents dealt with us is that them beat creativity. You know what I mean? If you broke a lamp because you're curious and you bounce it over, you know, some simple things that you're just curious about and you may mess something up. A peer beating and a peer shout at and a peer, you know, them kind of vibrations. So
I can
now,
relate.
yeah. So a lot of us, what could we have been? You know, if we were allowed to explore a little bit more, you know?
Yeah,
Definitely.
and our boys need
So
nurturing too.
a lot of the youths them that we see in the streets right now, and a lot of the man them, the way them a show up, them not really mean for show up and them not really mean for disruptive, them does come from where they are.
Yeah.
And so it's going to take a certain level to get them to where it is that we would like to see them at, because me know see at me, for example, at one point in time, it's not like me never love my girl, it's not like me never want to second out with my girl, but me just never done with the streets. And me never know how to be done with the streets without actually being in the streets.
Yeah.
You know what I say? So when it is that I got old and I realized certain kind of things and I started to mature, then, you know, I was able to make different decisions. But that was also from me recognizing that it's like somebody never beat me into submission.
Yeah.
Like I had an opportunity to explore the things that I wanted to explore until I decided that, you know what?
So that the experience becomes important in feeding that maturity.
That is it. That is as opposed to me just kind of sitting there wishing that I could have, should have, this, that. You know, we talked through it and we worked through it. The partners that I had that were willing to have the conversations and talk through it and work through it are the partners that I had the best relationships with. Because the ones otherwise, it's just like, if I had a desire, even if I wasn't going to act on the desire, just by bringing it up, I couldn't get no sleep for days. You know what I mean? So you wouldn't speak about. So it's very important that we're able to have the conversations and even the uncomfortable ones.
Yep.
So if my partner is feeling any kind of way, and I would like for her to be able to talk to me about anything.
Yeah.
And if I'm feeling any kind of way, I want to be able to talk to her about anything without it having to get to a situation where I'm going to take it personal and see you in a negative light.
Aye. And of course, we see you also do motivational speaking as well. In various, as I say, you see in the community centers, we see in the schools, and we're still seeing at the correctional facilities as well.
Yes, I'm all over the place still.
Yeah, and so if somebody wanted to contact you for these services, how do they go about doing that?
Well, they can find me on any of the social media platforms. Kevin Wallen. I am on kevinwallen@gmail.com email. And the WhatsApp number is 354-5125.
That's 354-5125. Blessings.
Yeah.
Of course. Again, when I want to go back a little bit, because when you did go to school, you decided to study history.
Yes.
Why is that?
Just curious. Just curious. I think when I went to university, I had no idea what I wanted to do. So I just took basic like general arts, and then I just kind of dabbled. I took a lot of the courses that I was curious about and all that kind of stuff. And with general arts, it allows you to do that. And so by the time I graduated from university, I got a job as an emergency supply teacher at a high school. I worked there for about
emergency supply teacher.
Emergency supply,
Yes.
which means that if a teacher couldn't come in at the last minute, I was there. And so they paid me good money. I didn't have to. It was an incredible opportunity, and I had a lot of fun.
But then also I know that history in particular takes a lot of research.
It does, and I think that's why.
And coming from the story you're telling me, it never seemed like it was very keen too much in delving too much into the books and stuff like that. So what motivated that?
I want to tell you, when I got to university, I think what was a big thing for me is when I realized I went to a mostly white people university. I went to a university, it's called Lakehead University in Thunder Bay.
Lakehead.
And so that's as far as you can drive from Ontario without leaving the province.
Okay.
It's far. It's like 15 hours drive, and it
sounds cold.
It's rigid. It snow squeaks. It's so cold.
Okay.
It's very cold. And so while I was at Lakehead, every course that I took, I wanted to be able to write about something to do with black people. And that's where the history thing came in. So everything if I get that thing in a religious studies, I read it's a black people thing. Everything that I got, I wrote every essay that I could possibly write from a black perspective, and that's what kind of forced me into the history.
And so that moves
religion was under that thing.
And that moves us then to your going into authorship.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to tell you, give me a sec.
Yeah.
In everything, right? I've always wanted to write. And I think I've been writing for a very long time.
You can't wrong.
You see it? Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I've been writing for a very, very long time. And then every time I write and I say, okay, fine, I'm going to publish this piece. And then I have to go through the process now of finding an editor, finding a proofreader, go through all of these different things. And by the time them done tell me how much am I going to charge me, I just put on the file there.
All right.
And so right now, I have like tons of stuff that I would have written over the years. Many times I would have written the book right to almost the end, and then I just leave it because I get frustrated because of the back and forth with the editor or whatever the case is. Yeah. So in recent times, I start to go back to some of my old writings, and I'm realizing that once upon a time when I was younger, when technology come in, my parents, them used to afraid of it, and so they kept us away from it. So in my house, you have computers and they have plastic cover them up and all that kind of stuff because you can't use them until the parents say it's time and rare. So now we're at a point where AI is here. Yes. And so AI being here, I go to Harvard and I watch my brethren when them writing. Yeah. And them get them team together and them have them writers and them have them editors and them have everybody what they need, and then they put out the ideas out there and these guys would write the book, and then they would meet once or twice a week and they would have conversations about what they've written so far. And so I realized that's what AI now gives us, the average person. It gives us an opportunity to write incredible books. You can write your actual thoughts. Yes. And then you have the editors, just like the rich people or the money people can have access to editors. Yeah. So the playing field has been leveled. Yeah. So in terms of the things that you really want to write about, the research is at your fingertip. Yes. You know what I mean? The rewrite
really
is at your
extension of what we consider the Google.
Absolutely.
It's really just because like the Google intervention. Remember in the 2000s, when the first time because I'm used to using libraries. Mm-hmm. I'm not used to, of course, I'd use a computer to write my essay, and I use a computer to write my papers.
Yes, but not to research.
But not to research it. To research, I have to go to the library.
Yes.
You know, and so when that facility came in, it was quite new and unusual.
Yes.
And you had to learn new skill sets to like know keywords and such like and search words and so on. Of course, Google was young at the time, and so its library wasn't as wide as it is now, of course. But then there was the issue of citation. And of course, Google information was not verified by peer review and things of that nature, and so it wasn't necessarily compatible with your presentation in a scholastic environment, and that became debated until, of course, it becomes accepted source, you know, within context, you know. And so I'm saying all of that to say that the innovation of a new technology, tool,
yes,
always comes with the pros and the cons of learning the new tool, of also understanding the access. But that is where, as you said, leveling the playing field came in, because a lot of the information that was, at that time I was thinking, on Google was something that somebody would have got to a college to go learn. Or you had even things like just methods and processes that was, if you never go to a college, you never learn that process, but now the man on the street have access to that same process.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Now, with regard to AI, of course, you have pros and cons.
Of course.
Right? And I, in particularly, have a particular stance on it.
Yes.
Right? And I'm going to put it out there clear. For me, AI really means surveillance technology, as far as I'm concerned. Right? It's a matter of persons making input and machine with its processing capacity able to process all of that information and all of these different issues.
It's a calculator. It's,
right?
You know, you punch in numbers, you get there.
But then the issue, but what we get is what we ask for in that location. So it's basically going to a library and knowing where the thing is and accessing it.
Yeah.
Right? And you have that access.
Yeah.
So just be clear of what you want from the tool.
Yeah.
Right? And just understand that you're presenting information. The more you ask this for this particular type of information, the more accessible that information becomes. The more you grant, you put in more information, that particular information, the more popular that information becomes. You know, and it can be information whether
it's the algorithm, just the way it sets things
and
going.
all of those things. So it's a tool that, like any other tool.
Yes.
Right? So if you know what it is that you are wanting from it, you just access that, utilize it, and understand what you are giving in return.
Let me also say this in it kind of connects, but I'm gonna have to veer for a little bit before I can connect it. So, as human beings, we come on this planet. A lot of stuff happened to us. And the stuff that happens to us, we can justify how it is that we behave because of what has happened to us.
Okay.
At some point in time, you're going to get to the realization that you thought it was your mom leaving you. That's why you behaved the way that you behaved, and that's why you didn't like women, and that's why you did all that kind of stuff. You're going to come to a realization at some point in time that that's not true.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Aye.
And you're going to realize that your mom didn't do that, and you're going to just come to a different realization when you do the work.
Yes.
And then you're going to come over here and you're going to do the work, and you're going to realize that, shit, it wasn't my dad. So all that stuff that you did that you felt justified in doing, that's the shit that humanity has to fight with.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's the stuff you did when you felt you were justified.
Yes.
It's the stuff you did that you felt because this person did this to me and that happened to me, and those are the things. When you come down to things and check everything, it's just like, oh my goodness, I still had choice.
Yes.
Even though these evil things happened to
happening.
me, I didn't have to treat that other person that way. I still had choice. So every time I speak to human beings, I'm very clear on it. Be careful of the things you do when you think you have the right.
All right.
The world look like it, the way that it does, not because there's a lot of evil and nasty people. There's a lot of people that think that they're right.
Yeah.
So check yourself when you think you're right.
All right.
And so when I say that to say, bring that right back to the AI conversation, whatever you do with AI, the justification, you feel like, boy, I'm really broke, I have to make a quick money, so I just kind of scam that person and chew it and that kind of stuff, at some point in time, you're going to realize that it was you, and you have to deal with that.
And that's your choice.
And that's your karma, that's your burden, that's whatever. That's what us as human beings have to go through. The shit that we did, the stuff that we did when we thought we had the justifications to do it.
Aye.
See?
Kevin Wallin. Yes,
you.
I. Whole heap of impact.
Yeah, what?
Whole heap of impact. See? Not just on previous generations, but on generations coming up. And we give thanks to the work that you're putting in. Set. You know?
Yes,
For real.
sir. See, Kevin, when we have Kevin on the program, we can't have you on just one time, for you have to be a resource person for Yaad Radio. But your wealth of knowledge, even in, the establishment of the radio station within the space, and what you have done within the community. I myself have joined you on, I've joined you in Eastern Kingston. This was in Trenchtown.
Yeah.
Seeing, and we're talking to some parents, children, and it was a wonderful situation just to see how you were able to relate to even the youths them, The parents also were empowered, but more importantly, the youths them, because really and truly we want to shape their minds so that even when they have children, there's a change, So I really want to speak of that experience from the eye, as a big brother. So give thanks.
I
Yes,
respect that one.
Aye.
Blessed. I remember that experience. That was nice.
Yes, I. Chantel, I know you're online. I wonder if you have nothing in the weapons of mass construction, the poetry, where you can share with we. Because we say you write some whole heap of things, every ghetto youth want youth and them want Guinea and
Well, firstly, boy, Mr. Wallen is I just followed you on Instagram and taking a look at some of the works, and trust me, I'm so grateful that there's still ones in the space who are doing such works. I'd love if we could join forces or, in some way, shape or form, because this is
I and the eye.
Yeah, man.
We are talking about a whole heap of things, because I know when I start talking about the organic products, them, the eco-friendly products, them we are selling.
No, man, Breadlocks, our thing different. Me I talk about Kevin, man, and team outreach.
Okay, Kevin. Yes, I.
Yeah. No, man, our thing different, man. When we come again.
There's so much going on right now. Anytime I find a soldier who's serious, and I can support in any kind of way, there's stuff that we can do that can move ourselves forward. I'm not worried about Jamaican people, because I know that once we wake up, we'll be able to save ourselves. So we just depend on the mission of the wake up,
Yes, I.
Nobody once we wake up, we can save ourselves.
Yes, I. I'm want to big up. True. We want to really big up to our sponsor today, our location sponsor. And what about people who believe in a vision, I guess when Me Hungry came out with a live food space and the man them say, no cooking, no cook food, no pot. People must say, what is? But we want to give thanks to those persons who have supported Me Hungry so that today we can host INCIENTS dubs from the location here at Marketplace, Kingston, Jamaica. So for those persons internationally viewing and you say you love the environment, because always I tell me that, I love how my hungry look. Well, if you're hungry and somewhere you look irie too, just come through Me Hungry market
electric
space.
Food.
Yeah, electric food. See? So we want to big up the staff of Me Hungry for acknowledging us and hosting us. Early, you see we got a nice pizza. Yeah, pain come like you're afraid for touch it. I want to go on too much red, gold and green.
Afraid of what?
Nah, I'm noticing and the food look like the flag them. It come like, touch it and them thing there, red, black and green with the olives them and the...
I have etiquette. Now I talk with food in my mouth.
Yes, I.
The autopsy. Big up Andrea Myrie Pain.
Yes, I. So I don't know, Chantel, want to really reach out to the eye at this time and see if you have anything you'd like to share with us in terms of poetic work. You are supposed to be here, but if you don't know the things that want to big up your youth, your son, seeing for the whole family for supporting you as usual, yeah? Give thanks.
Give thanks. I had a few things to share, and I guess now based on how the things set me, I got just give a prips. tomorrow is Garvey's Earth Strong, and I definitely want to say something about that. You know, this one is called His Name is Garvey. His legacy, no distant memory, effortlessly ignites the embers of endurance deep within me. His tremendous philosophy makes a mockery of the mediocrity seeking to take root in our collective society. His seeds have become far-reaching trees bearing abundant fruits of truth that continually nourish me. His name is Garvey. Hardly disregarding the importance of independence and self-sufficiency, highlighting the illusion of black lack and deficiency, his name is Garvey. Head lifted high, he rightfully reminds me what might become of our lives if we choose to unite. If we choose to fight and rise with all of our might for the sake of saving our race, for the sake of taking up space in the place that was made for us. In his time, it seemed ludicrous for a black man to seek sovereignty, but his ideals knew no nationality. And so this black king chose the burden of actually thinking instead of ignorantly existing. His name is Garvey. His legacy lives lavishly in the mind of this little black beauty who, trying to make sense of these global atrocities, is constantly reminded that his name is Garvey. Give thanks. All right, seem like me have some free space, so I'm gonna drop something else. I'm gonna drop something else, and hopefully the ones we are open to hearing. As I said, this is something
Go on here. Remove y'all.
A year
Oh.
show, a year feature, man. Tell you, anyone who don't want to hear what I say right now, what support the empresses, say, you have to just move, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That's dirty, I would say. Remove y'all.
I never intend to say it, you know, because the working, well, last night it really come to me, and I tell you, say, this conversation that we've been having and just hearing Kevin talk, I say, I'm going to say it, right?
Exclusive.
Exclusive, Yaad Radio exclusive.
Exactly.
That is it.
Empress chant on them.
Yes,
All
I.
right. So I've been thinking a lot recently about the fact say this gelding thing where we have a youth to pressure the man them really I have them and get some youth and them now want to have nothing to do with the youth. And so why may I tell you there's a lot I could say about that, but
See
I
it?
just say welcome to me.
Yes, I.
Every ghetto youth want to get a youth, open the gelding sin with a leaving. Hoping that if him just bust and get him youth first before anything else, that everything else would have compensate. So he make a bet to see which sister him can move with the mystery. Just long enough to she give in. Today's society, our society's pressure can be so unforgiving. Our men so undeserving. All right, it's all right. The Lion Cup now I'm gonna drop that one day. It's more on the book. So no worries.
Yeah, man. Next one, I get the
What you mean? I
part
back
two.
up him again. And I back up vocals, man, again.
Hey, I want
I'ma
to
get
say when
backup
they go up on a
vocals.
performance and I same thing reach me. And him just coming at the thing so effortlessly, you know? But
Yeah, man.
as a matter of fact, let me drop that one, yeah. Because we're talking
Isaac.
about Garvey, but our black brothers, our black revolutionary brothers need to be highlighted. And one such one that I've been talking about recently a lot is Paul Bogle. I'm from the East, or I have roots in the East, and I've had the privilege of, you know, kind of interfacing with them people them a little closely and
Yes, I.
seeing
Big
where
up
he
Paul
does.
Bogle.
Big up
Yeah, man.
Akoben.
And in very his legacy is something that we have to be constantly reminded of. So stony gut preceded the heart-wrenching, gutted feeling you would experience when air refused to give an ear to the pleading of your people. Brother Moses bawl and beg and plead, similar scene to the parting of the vast Red Sea. West India regiment make people bleed, all while you hung like a piece of meat. Upside down by just your feet. Block and tackle hang you by your ankle while the pages of your Bible watch their lifeless body dangle. Now if Paul Bogle were here today, I wonder what he would say to all away. I'm certain he'd be puzzled as to why we're not yet free. I'm sure he'd be torn by all the injustice that he's seen. From Stony Gut to Spanish Town, days and your bare feet, in an attempt to make your plea to some bare-faced, dry-eyed imperial crony who treated you and yours like fleas, only for me to comfortably accept defeat, and with open arms welcome reconstructed slavery that no makes sense to me. Doesn't help our regressive frequency. Wasn't death supposed to spark a shift? Or must I accept that it truly has no sting? There were thousands killed, entire bloodlines ended, pillaging of villages, yet slave driver ear was merely suspended. Commended too for his attempts at quelling the coup, the thought of what more do we do to remind our people of the truth. Like sadly, Bogle never did a dance in the 1860s. So many details lost in the blurred lines of history, like it was the Maroons who caught Bogle, upholding their treaty. Our very own people comprised the first organized group to shoot and kill our own. Unloaded guns were given out on loan. For soon enough, after they've snatched our souls, these noisy empty barrels will be repossessed from our dying bones. What deeper mess do we bring to our crying homes when we forget the savage sacrifice of Bogle? And today we deface his likeness and replace his priceless feat with that of cheap plastic currency. I wonder what his last thoughts were. If he finished his last meal, if as he hung that inverted image brought peace, or if as a deacon he asks the Almighty, why me? Now I pray you're taking heed and paying attention to the returning spirits of the East. Bogle's body may have died, but his mind continues to skillfully elude the beat. I just got on time before all of this nonsense comes to a cease, and for all of these karmic crimes, restitution must and will be brought to the ones who made us bleed. Selah. Give thanks.
Give thanks,
Empress
sister. Yes,
chant.
Yes, I.
Chantel laws.
Yeah, man, you know the laws.
You know the laws. And she said, balance. My heart.
Yes,
My heart.
Seeing.
KarisMa'atic.
Yes, I love her honor, sister. It is really an honor, you know.
Sure.
For those tuning in, the time is exactly 7 o'clock. Our program goes from 3 to 7 p.m. We are supposed to have Kwesi on. However, I'm not seeing him come on. Evie, seeing when I checked the phone, he had messaged back to say that he was a little bit busy at the time, so he never get free up. But we're inviting everyone to Evie's show. Chantal, where you did Wednesday? Where your family, you know, where my phone there now?
Wednesday, what time?
Wednesday, Evie have a event in a Kingston in the evening, the same place where you have Sharkies and some other spaces, the lot in Kingston.
Yeah.
It's known as the GOAT. Yeah, the event.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's at the lot. It's GOAT. GOAT every Wednesday. This is a Red Stripe partnered event. Buy one, get one free. Featuring acoustic. So it's from 8 p.m. until midnight. And of course, performance by Apuku, which is Evie, formerly from Nomads. Seeing. And of course, the lot is at 30, I think this is 33, Constant Spring Road. Seeing? So the ones then please come out, support. It's the same space. You have the restaurant Murray's, you have the restaurant Plantation, Smokehouse, and also Sharkies. This, of course, is in Kingston, Jamaica. So remember the lot. Evie the GOAT is in town. Check it out. Seeing? Chantel, as we close, is there anything you'd like to tell the ones them out there, even as to how to get to you, to contact you as a artist, Anything else about Jaiko? We just want to spend the rest of the time really giving you to express yourself. And, Kevin, you move right now.
Yes.
So you already close off. You have any final words, and then we'll make the Empress seal.
See, final thoughts, final words. I don't know. It's just been a joy to come and have this conversation. It's I think that more spaces where we can talk and share ideas. I'm realizing the other day that I am now 55 years old,
Sila.
and that I am
Portal that.
I'm on the other side of it.
Portal.
So I don't underestimate. I'm not. The way I should probably say it is that I'm now at a much different understanding as to life as it was unfolding. I'm now recognizing that nothing has been wasted, and that everything has had its own use in some kind of way. So in a sense, the universe is unfolding as it should. We are where we're supposed to be. Just have to be patient with our process and be mindful of our steps. Because like I said, everything that you do in ignorance, it doesn't matter, you still have to face it. So just be careful of how it is that you step. It matters.
Sila.
Yes, I give thanks. Empress Chantel.
Give thanks, Kevin. If you want to reach out to me, you can reach me on Instagram at chant.telle, that's chant.telle. Or you can reach out to Jaiku Poetry on Instagram or Jaiku Poetry on any social media platform or jaikupoetry@gmail.com. We, respond there as well. But yeah, follow the page, man. Follow the works. We are putting ourselves out there as professional poets and are trying to revolutionize the poetry space. So if you are a poet watching, or if you know a poet watching and so them have great talent, make them link up with Jaiku Poetry. And of course, if you want to have Empress Chant on your show, you can also reach out for that as well. It was truly a joy to be here and share space. Breadlocks, Abebe, the whole team. Give thanks for having me, and I look forward to the next time.
Yes, natural. Give
Princess, it is a honor to host such a illustrious and, as I said, potent voice. You know what I'm saying? The persons heard you, could reason with you, and them could relate with you, as I could, I'm sure, because what you have to say is relevant. The way you say it is eloquent. And plus you're nice look, pan. Give her thanks for coming through. It's a joy. And a part of the family. Jaiku is a part of the family. The Yaad family, the INCIENTS dub family. We give thanks. We give thanks. You know what I'm saying? And as you say, you are one of them putting out the work so that there is an industry and a space for upcoming poets. So it's a serious work you do. You see it? We call it works.
Yes,
you see it? Works. Works.
Definitely. Love and honor, sister. Take care of yourself. Big up the youth. Yes, big up the young prince. Big up the whole family, as we say. Mommy, daddy, everybody give thanks to the support, seeing that they give you. Tell them love and honor from Yaad Radio. That are for them specifically, the whole last family, All right? Yes,
Blessed love. Little more.
Isis.
That is it. Love and honor.
Yeah, man. Pain.
Aye.
Yeah, man. Another blessed show. Another Irish vibration. 7 minutes. Why? Yeah, we have Kwasi on the phone, the line, and wait a little while.
Get a little way. Yeah. So we have to apologize.
Yeah, we have to apologize
for the miscommunication.
Yeah.
Say, if you miss, you're off target. But we are focused. We are focused, and we learn and grow.
Yeah.
We learn and grow.
So but hold on. Haile Selassie and Marcus Garvey say have a disagreement and a bag of things. And what your perspective? You do a little bit of research, Bunny. But what go on? What go on, fire?
Yeah, the disagreement, I believe, come through a difference in focus.
Yeah.
of the two stalwarts, you know.
Aye.
And of course, in Garvey's agenda is a whole racial mobilization and movement. And it's based on a racial line,
Yeah,
particularly. Whereas His Imperial Majesty, being the king of a particular nation, right, has at him concern not only a racial concern, but as well a national concern and a universal concern. You know, see it?
Yes, sir.
And so I think in terms of the two aims and methodologies, them clash at a particular important point in world history.
Yeah.
Because, of course, we know that the invasion of Ethiopia by Italy was actually one of the many triggers of World War II.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
see it? And when His Majesty went to Geneva and appealed to the League of Nations, it was one of his warnings, you know, that when all of Europe have come down and consume Africa, him show them, so them are going to turn upon themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Them are going to turn upon themselves because a piranha now stop feed. They might find something else feed pan. And of course, we see World War II happening as
Yes.
prophesied by the king. And so this is when the Europeans had to look inward, you know. And His Majesty having a sovereign ideology, of a history of sovereignty. Ethiopia have a sovereign mentality amongst its people, you know. Never needed to consider so much the concerns of what I call it now, colonialism in its sense until it reached him door. And so when Marcus Garvey made those comments, it was in regard to a kind of him seeing it as a blindsidedness in His Majesty, you know.
Yeah, yeah, according to how him right and thing.
Yeah, him see it as a blindsidedness according to a racial focus,
Yes.
you know. And as I said, Ethiopia, that is the Horn of Africa, that is a place where Europe has always been the gateway for Europe into Africa. You know, see it. So Ethiopia has always played host to both blacks and whites,
Yes.
historically.
Yes,
and so the concern of our racial limitation was not fixed to His Majesty, you know. And so that clash they occur, you know, see it. But what I saw happen though, despite the, what I call it now, damning, because I can't find a better word. That's the nicest word we can find. The damning tone of Marcus Garvey's critique.
Yes.
There were still pointed issues that were outlaid in that, particularly the issue of alliances amongst the race.
Yes, yes, yes.
But then in the same year, we see Ethiopia launching the Ethiopian World Federation, which in my view
Speaks to that.
addressed every issue
Marcus
identify, cutting out the fluff and disregard.
Yeah, yeah. You don't know,
see.
Marcus is a pen man, you know, so
Yeah,
when him write, it's
my God.
shocking, you know what I mean?
What?
It kind of set of ways.
That's true, man.
But see, like, you want to move to some book or something.
Yes,
what
I
they say, you
book
think
more
it's easy.
forward way. More make out some points when we did see. You know, and yeah. May I read this from Horace Campbell's Rasta and Resistance, one of my favorite books from Rastafari. You know, see it. And fine, say my eyes them not so great as one time, but never read a whole paragraph here, but it speaks to some of the issues that I said that Garvey pointed to. And this is about the Rastafari and the World Federation. See? That's the topic here in the chapter. All right, so it says, a great deal of the support for the Abyssinians can be explained in terms of the search for an ethnic and racial identity amongst Afro-Americans and West Indians within the context of the massive exploitation and oppression they faced in the midst of the capitalist depression of the 30s. This period of assertive identification with Ethiopia, which had been characteristic of the individual Rastafari brethren in Jamaica, took an organizational form in the USA as Haile Selassie sent his cousin to New York to try to bring some cohesion to the many groups which were campaigning for the cause of Ethiopia. This is amidst the Italian invasion, 1937.
Yes, yes.
Right? So Dr. Meleku Bayen, the official representative and the cousin of Haile Selassie I, founded the Ethiopian World Federation in 1937, the same year of the letter. The letter, I believe, was in April. The federation was in August, was launched in August of the same year. Now, in New York City, set out of the ranks of the... let me read that again to get a good comprehension. Dr. Meleku Bayen, the official representative and the cousin of Haile Selassie I, founded the Ethiopian World Federation in 1937 in New York City, out of the ranks of the Garveyites, communists, and religious feeders, and within a short time, he had established branches throughout the major black centers of the USA and the Caribbean. See that? I'm going to focus on the same people where Garvey criticized him for not paying attention to.
Why?
This is in the same year, like 4 months after. So this cannot be that you establish an organization within 4 months without previous consideration.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly.
I read.
You see, these conversations within Rastafari is necessary, you know? Because remember, so these two are, prominent figures. But I guess you have more you want to share?
Yeah, because I want to make the points them where Horace Campbell lay out. So I'm saying, the program of the Ethiopian World Federation was based on 8 principles. 1, the unity of blacks in all parts of the world.
Yes.
Not in Ethiopia, not in Ghana alone, not in the West Indies alone, but in all parts of the world. That's the first one. And its focus was blacks. So that's a racial focus.
Yes.
You see what I'm going?
Yes,
so this concern where Garvey pointed out, we see as number 1 on the list. Again, 2, financial and moral support of Ethiopian refugees. See? Definite action as a united whole against wrongs perpetuated against members of the race in any part of the world. Again. 3. 3. Definite action as a united whole against wrongs perpetrated against the members of the race in any part of the world. 4. Demand for the continental independence and full sovereignty of Ethiopia. Ethiopia for Ethiopians at home and abroad. See? At number 5, you know?
Yes.
I want definitely hear some similarity to the
Garveyites.
Garveyites.
Africans, those at home and those abroad. Yeah.
No surrender to Italian aggression in Ethiopia. What we say? No surrender. 7. To aid Ethiopians in their determined and never-failing campaign to expel Italians from Ethiopia. And 8. To prepare our people to take their rightful place among the nations of the earth.
Yes.
It's like that. So within those 8 tenets, we see where His Majesty and the Ethiopian World Federation was addressing those very same issues that Marcus Garvey so vehemently spoke of.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
so what the name of the letter there? What the name of the document there? How did you find that again? Because
The
I saw
editorial.
Yes.
The editorial in the Black Man. Beg about my computer there, sir. But editorial was in the Black Man,
Yes.
a paper by Marcus Garvey.
Yes.
And it was in 1937. That was in 1937. And it was in London, April 1937. And it was called The Failure of Haile Selassie as Emperor.
Wow.
Now,
Wow.
if we start reading, we start.
Yeah, we know.
tell you.
You see, that, you know,
Are
for
they
those
kid?
who are joining us now,
Yeah.
you miss a great show today. We started from 3. It's now 19 minutes past 7. You know, want to give thanks to all the guests that passed through. Seeing so many to come. Maja bless, big up yourself and
Maja
your youth
bless.
and
Yeah.
the Empress, you know, for coming through early
Aye,
also. Evie, people, the GOAT is in town. Evie is at the lot Wednesday night, acoustic performance, Red Stripe special, all kind of things to those who sip Red Stripe. Seeing so the ones them just come through, whole of vibes. I think we'll gather up for the event the Wednesday and support Evie and
Yeah.
so I'll go on. Is that what I say?
Talk the things them. Jai cool.
Talk the things them, Jai cool. Seeing we really want to give thanks to all them on there. Remember, for those who are still here, the IDOR book club.
So
I think it's
Paracrew?
you know, big up Empress Colleen, who also came through the space and kind of hold a joy with us here at Yaad Radio.
And of course, we couldn't have done it without Chantel Laws, our guest poet for the evening.
Yes, I. Give thanks for joining us here at Yaad Radio. Remember, if you wish to advertise with us, especially with this program here, you can contact us, our email. But not only that, we have PayPal people. So if you're there abroad and you just PayPal me ./Yaad Radio. Seeing? But again, share your email so they can email you also.
So it's ABBEPN@gmail.com.
Yes, I. Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks, thank you so much for reaching out to us. Yeah, Auntie, I think just a miss thing go on today, but yeah, we'll reschedule and of course, seeing, and of course, to the ones them out there, give thanks for tuning in.
Kevin Wallen, big up yourself.
Yes, sir. Your email address, Abebe.
It's ABBEPN@gmail.com.
Yeah, man. Of course, KarisMa'atic, KarisMa'atic, ProductionZ, 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 KarisMa'atic Productions @gmail.com. Yeah, it's a whole lot. It is a ital stew pot, so just get used to it. Seeing? Tune in the 20th of September for the next
INCIENTS dub.
Yes, I.
In the beginning was dub.
Qedamawi order INCIENTS dub.